Tonight on a hot night at Fenway, the Red Sox entertain the Philadelphia Phillies in interleague play. It's a quick two-game series with Rick Porcello looking to get rolling here in Game 1. Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Fenway. Great to have you with us. I'm Dave O'Brien alongside Red Sox Hall of Famer Jerry Remy. And Jerry, as you know, typically we begin these broadcasts talking about a shortstop, a pitcher, or the general state of the Boston Red Sox. We're going to talk about you now and an announcement you made about your health earlier today.
Well, a couple of weeks back, Dave, I went in for my 3-month CAT scan. They found a spot on my lung, and they were able to biopsy it and look at it and determine that it was cancerous. So yeah, we all had a meeting this morning at Mass General and decided how we were going to attack this, and we're going to attack it through surgery, which will be taking place 2 weeks from today. Until that time, I will be in the booth with you, and I will be doing games. I'm going to be going on a next road trip, do the series when we get home, and then 2 weeks from today have surgery. Now, I don't expect it to keep me out very long. I hope to be back after the All-Star break, and that is certainly the goal that I set. But the message I always send in these situations is please see your doctor. I mean, doctors have saved my life, so please see your doctors.
And you're making a great difference in people's lives. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
That announcement. Jerry Remy in the booth and will continue to be here for Red Sox baseball. Tonight it's Rick Porcello on the mound here in Game 1 of this quick two-game series, trying to right his ship, coming in at 3-8 and taking on the Philadelphia Phillies. Starting lineups and more coming up just around the corner from Fenway. Toyota's website for deals, buyatoyota.com. Digital Federal Credit Union. See what DCU can save you. Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'. Lexus and the Lexus Strikes Out Hunger program. Citizens Bank. Visit citizensbank.com. And by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Well, for Rick Porcello tonight, it's all about getting command of that sinker ball. Time for our Xfinity X1 report as we send it down to Jemai Webster.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. It took Rick Porcello 8 years to become the best pitcher in the American League, winning the 2016 AL Cy Young after a career year, going 22-4. But in 2017, he's already doubled up his loss total. Asking manager John Farrell what that can be attributed to, he says it's not as subtle, or as glaring, I should say, as you might imagine.
Consistency within the strike zone is where it lies, and he's done a very good job in a lot of cases to avoid big damage in certain innings. But this is a team that's extremely aggressive first pitch, so the location early on will be key. And again, putting the ball on the ground is an outward sign that the action of the sinker is there.
Farrell did say that Porcello is a strike thrower, and one thing that has been a difference is his hits allowed. Last year, he gave up a total of 193. This year alone, he's already given up 104, so that's something that has to change. Either way, he'll get the opportunity making his 14th start of the year. We've got baseball on the other side of the break. Dave O'Brien and Jerry Remy on the call as the Phillies open up their series with the Sox.
2018 Audi Q5. Bed gear. Sleep fuels everything. Infinity. Empower the drive. Old Dominion Freight Lines, the official freight carrier of Major League Baseball and the Boston Red Sox. Ford Trucks, built Ford Tough, the official truck of the Boston Red Sox. And by Plain Ridge Park Casino, 45 minutes from Boston. Baseball weather here at Fenway Park. Sox and the Phillies, game 1 of 2, and then the Red Sox go on the road for an 8-game swing. Give you a look at the standings coming into play tonight after the Red Sox loss in over 4 hours last night to the Tigers. Right now the Sox at second place, 4 games off the pace. The Yankees are out west tonight. They're taking on the Angels. How about Tampa Bay? 2 games over 500, only 6 back, and the Orioles have really tumbled. Their pitching has suffered. They're 31 and 36.5 games off the pace. As for these Phillies, John Farrell's team will take on tonight. They are 21 and 40. They're in last place in the National League East, and already, Jerry, 16.5 games behind the front-running Washington Nationals.
Yeah, they've been having problems in a lot of phases of the game, offensively, obviously, pitching-wise. Their defense has been decent, but that's quite a mountain to climb for the Philadelphia Phillies.
Well, they do have old friend Daniel Nava playing for them these days, and so far swinging a pretty good bat. He's hitting over 300. A timeless moment brought to you by Coors Banquet. On this date in 2010 against the Phillies, Nava hit the first pitch he sees as a big leaguer for a grand slam against the Philadelphia Phillies. He became just the second player in Major League history to accomplish that feat. So tonight he's suiting up with the Phillies against Rick Porcello and the Red Sox. Here's the Philly lineup brought to you by New England Chevy dealers. Odubel Herrera will lead things off. Very talented center fielder, followed by Daniel Nava, who's likely to play in all 4 of these games. Also 2 coming up in Philadelphia. Altair in right field. Howie Kendrick, of course, a veteran at second base. Joseph at first. Blanco, the third baseman. Franco, the DH. Andrew Knapp is the catcher. And Freddie Galvis, one of their veteran guys, is at shortstop and batting ninth. Against the Red Sox starter, presented by New England Audi dealers, Rick Porcello, a 4.46 ERA, a 3-8 record. But the Red Sox have won his last 7 starts against the National League.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, and they are 14th in the league with 45 errors on the season. Josh Rutledge will be at third base. Xander Bogaerts to shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second. And Mitch Moreland will be the first baseman, left to right. Andrew Benintendi, Jackie Bradley Jr., and Mookie Betts. And Sandy Leone doing the catching for Porcello.
The umpires tonight brought to you by Toyota's website for deals, buyatoyota.com. Lance Barrett for the balls and strikes. Shearwater at first, Reynolds at second. Brian Knight makes the calls at third base. We're available. This telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your TV remote. SAP presented by Toyota. Visit compra2toyota.com to see Toyota deals not seen on TV.
Buenas noches, amigos.
Hot summer night here in the city. 94 degrees, feels like 96. In the booth, it feels like 107. Wind direction and the speed out to right at 14 miles per hour. But clear skies. I think that means, Rem Dog, it's going to cool off a little bit tonight.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a welcome sight. It really is. You know, after the spring that we've been through here in New England, to finally get some weather like this, good baseball weather, I think is just great.
Yeah, we're not going to complain about the hot temperatures because it's beautiful. It's great for baseball. And you go inside the Red Sox clubhouse, those guys couldn't wait for it to warm up, and they love this weather.
Well, it really warmed up.
It did. Herrera to lead things off against Porcello. And since the 6th of May, despite some solid outings, he has just 1 win. Trying to turn that around tonight against the Phillies. And the first one on the way from the right-hander. Phillies come in with the worst record in Major League Baseball. 21 and 40. Worst road record at 9 and 26. So they have really had a difficult time in just about every phase of the game.
Remember last game that Porcello started against the Yankees? I thought in the first couple of innings he had terrific stuff, but he couldn't maintain it throughout the course of the ball game. But his sinker was really moving quite a bit in the first couple of innings. Changeup that time. Back-to-back changeups by Porcello.
That last start, you talked about an 8-0 loss at Yankee Stadium. He went 6 1/3, 8 hits, 6 earned runs. Working tonight with Sandy Leon behind the plate. And he did not go, according to Knight, at third base.
Yeah, trying to elevate that fastball, see if he'll chase it and pick up a strikeout. Very close to going after it, but no, he was able to hold up.
Daniel Nava on deck. Great to see Daniel back at Fenway, where he's very fondly remembered. Lashed foul. Herrera, a flamboyant outfielder. He's known for having tremendous talent and also for his bat flips. Got a lot of personality. He's a hot hitter coming in. 10 straight.
Kind of a unique stance too. You see that front foot of his, how he kind of tilts it to the side when he gets ready to hit. It's a little bit different, a little unusual, something you don't see very often, but then when he's in the hitter's position, he is on the balls of his feet. You'll see him take that stance here very soon. There it is, a little bit different.
The payoff pitch. Phillies so far 0-5 against the American League. Only 2 National League opponents, the Giants and the Padres, have scored fewer runs. 16.5 out already. So it looks like it could be a long summer in Philadelphia. They're still drawing fairly well. Three-two again. And a base hit. So that's an 11-game hitting streak for Herrera.
Gets that outside fastball that time from Porcello and slaps it right by the dive of Josh Rutledge at third base. So he gets the fastball away. He goes with it in that direction, and the leadoff base hit for Herrera.
It'll set up Daniel Nava for the first time in this series. 313, 3 home runs for Daniel. We showed you that highlight a few minutes ago about him hitting a home run against Joe Blanton, that grand slam on the first pitch he got in the big leagues. And now he suits up for them, you know, several years later. Herrera getting his lead.
Yeah, Herrera at first base has 4 steals on the season, but he's also been caught 4 times. And Leon behind the plate has thrown out 42% of the runners going against him.
Daniel, of course, in 2010 was brand new to the Red Sox. You know, he hit that home run. Just called up for the first time. And he was down in the clubhouse, and Joe Castiglione, a veteran radio voice of the Red Sox, came up to him and said, you know, you're first at bat. Swing at that first pitch. You never know what's going to happen. You're only going to get a first pitch in the big leagues one time. Just so happened the bases were loaded. He took that advice and he hit a grand slam.
So Joe will go down forever as Daniel Nava's first grand slam. Swing at the first pitch, kid.
Absolutely. Joe Castig. I think he may be telling that story right now.
Probably is, yeah.
Aaron Altair on deck for the Phillies. A lot of talk, Jerry, about last night's time of game. 4 hours and 6 minutes.
That's a long one.
It's got to start going in the other direction pretty soon. Pace of play. I think Pete Abraham tweeted out that it was the longest game in terms of, you know, pace of play since the StatCast era began, meaning that in between action it was the slowest pace in a long time. 4 hours plus to play a 9-inning game. Not even extra innings.
After midnight, right?
Yes. 1-1 fly ball headed toward the wall and left. Benintendi backing up. He's going to play it off the green. Churning into third base. Herrera. He'll stop there, and it'll be 2 bases as it comes in and backed up by Moreland. 2 bases for Nava. So right away the Phillies on the attack against Porcello, second and third, nobody out.
Yeah, both guys going the other way to Herrera on the ground, but Nava looks like a cut fastball that time that he takes off the left field wall. Throw comes into second base. There was nobody there at second, but Moreland was there to back up the play, so the run could not score. Here's the throw coming into second base, and you can see that Nava is there to back. Moreland is there to back it up, and nobody can score. Well, that ball didn't miss being a home run by all that much.
No, it did not. This, of course, has been a giant issue for Rick. All the hits he's allowed more hits than anybody in baseball. Now trying to get out of this. Altair, the bat of the right fielder, 289 with good power. He's hit 9 homers, driven in 32. Phillies will tell you right now he's their best player.
Red Sox this early in the ball game playing back with 2 men in scoring position with nobody out.
Quickly 0-2 on Altair. Howie Kendrick, it's one of the few names you'll know in their lineup, is on deck.
Long-time good player in baseball, Howie Kendrick.
With the Angels for a long time on some really good ball clubs. Still 0-2.
Four-seam fastball there at 94 miles an hour from Porcello, going upstairs again, trying to get the swing and miss.
Altair having a pretty good road trip in their first 6 games on the trip. He's hitting .333 with 1 home run. And he's pesky. One thing the Phillies don't do, well, there's a lot of things they don't do offensively. One thing that really stands out, they don't walk at all. Only 3 teams in baseball have accepted fewer walks than the free swinging Phillies. Pete McCannon, their manager. And he got him. Like he foul tipped it into the mitt. Leon hanging on. Porcello with a big K.
Now big strikeout there with second and third. He goes to the slider away, as you can see, off the outside part of the plate. And Altair, no contact. Now at least 1 out with 2 men in scoring position. The Red Sox will continue to keep the infield back this early in the ball game.
Kendrick hitting .342 with 2 homers, 9 runs batted in. He's one of the few guys in their lineup with extensive experience against this pitcher. Gobbled up by Moreland, trying to send a runner home. The tag, he's going to be out at the plate. Herrera cut down. Moreland with a fine play to get him.
Oh, that's a beautiful play by Mitch Moreland right there, because he's not playing in to throw the man out at the plate. He's back on the infield dirt, as you can see right there, fairly well back. But he's able to spin, line up, make the throw, and catch Herrera at home plate. Heads up baseball right there by Mitch Moreland.
So just like that, 2 down. Nava does advance from second to third as Kendrick becomes the runner at first base, but now 2 away.
You know, a lot of times first baseman will just take for granted, I'm going to get the out at first, give him the run this early in the ball game, but that time he did not do it. Set himself up perfectly to make a good throw.
So Porcello with an opportunity to get out of the inning despite a single and a double to start the frame. And the batter will be Joseph, the first baseman, .254. He's hit 10 homers.
Signs given by Leon where he's going to throw the ball in case there is a steal at first base, whether he's going to throw through or not.
In the last 35 games, Joseph hitting almost 300. Raised his batting average about 60 points. And he's hit safely in 7 straight. First and third, 2 down. Nothing across the plate yet for the Phillies. Porcello trying to make sure that doesn't happen in the first inning.
Tries that slider again. See if Joseph will chase it out of the strike zone, but not that tempting for him that time.
Something that Porcello did a lot last season. You know, early in the game he might allow some base runners, but refused to allow the big inning. Trying to shut him down here in the top of the first, and crack foul.
Catch a condensed 2-hour version of this Red Sox game at midnight on Sox in 2. Sox in 2 is brought to you by Jeep. Jeep, the most awarded lineup of SUVs ever. Not SUVs, SUVs.
SUV, that one I know. 2 on and 2 out, and a 2-1. Runner at first goes. It's up over the helmet and no throw by Leon. So Kendrick will have it stolen and picked a very good pitch to go on.
Yeah, Kendrick, you know, got a good jump and picked up his 5th stolen base, and wise not to throw through because it wasn't a good pitch to throw. It was a breaking ball that was kind of up and behind the head of the hitter, as you can see, and Leon couldn't get him in a good position to make a throw, plus the fact that Kendrick had a good jump.
So 3-1 on Joseph. So far 21 pitches in the first inning for Porcello. Big swing and a miss. These guys really hate to walk.
That slide has been very good for him too so far. You know, keeping it off the plate, not a strike, and they've been chasing it.
Of course, Porcello hates to walk anyone anyway. He's recorded 1 or no walks in 9 of 13 starts. Up the middle and a base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes Kendrick around. 2 runs will score on the 3rd hit of the inning to make it 2-0 Philadelphia. And Joseph stays hot with the bat.
Well, Joseph got that slider again, but this time it did get part of the plate, and he was able to make the contact with the ground ball up the middle. There's the breaking ball, and that time, you know, not chasing it off the outside part of the plate. It had more of it, and he's able to take it up the middle for the base hit. So a big 2-out base hit by Joseph.
So the Phillies strike right away. Now the 6th man in the inning, Andres Blanco, hitting just a $189. 8 straight for Joseph. There's a fly ball, pretty well hit to the wall, backing up Benintendi, turning. That's off the monster. It bounces on by him. Here comes Joseph rounding third, trying to score. Benintendi's throw is cut, and another run is in. 3-0 Philadelphia, and their 2nd double of the inning.
Well, that ball took a strange bounce off the left field wall. Benintendi was playing it off the wall, and it bounced way over his head, which is going to allow the run to score. There's a fastball away. Good hitting. Going to the opposite field with it is Blanco. Now watch how this ball just bounces over the head of Benintendi. Now he's going to track it down, and by the time he does, another run can score. I think it just played off the top of his glove. So this is not exactly the start the Red Sox were looking for here in the first inning.
Porcello roughed up. And we'll have to face at least 7 men in this inning. Vote today, vote tomorrow. Vote Red Sox for your 2017 All-Stars with the Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot. You can vote at redsox.com/vote. Catch all the excitement of the 88th Major League All-Star Game presented by MasterCard July 11th on Fox. Franco 208. There's a base hit into right field. That's going to get another run in. Blanco comes around to score. It is 4-0 Philadelphia. So whether they are hit hard off the wall or floaters like that, they're all finding a home against Porcello.
They certainly are finding a lot of green grass and green wall out there here in the first inning.
And brings up Andrew Knapp, the number 8 hitter, the catcher. So for Rick Porcello, a bit of a nightmare of a start. Gave up a hit to the leadoff man Herrera, a double to Daniel Nava. Would look to be an important strikeout at the time of Altair, proved not to be the case. Joseph with a base hit, Blanco with another double, Franco with a single. Already 5 hits against Rick Porcello. He came in having allowed 104 hits, the most in the major leagues. He's also tied for the lead in losses at the moment. That has left Rick Porcello and everybody else kind of scratching their heads. Where's the guy who won the Cy Young last year?
That stuff just has not been consistent for him all season long. There have been glimpses of it, but not consistent.
Line foul by Knapp. One thing he's been able to do is get strikeouts. He stayed away from walks. Both good signs. But the lack of that consistent sinker is what John Farrell has been talking about. Trying to find the right touch on that two-seamer. It's not a question of throwing strikes, because he's always done that. He's doing that this year. He's doing it tonight. He's throwing over 70% for strikes in this one.
Yeah, and you look at the pitches in this inning, and you talk about the sinker. There really hasn't been very many of them in this first inning. A lot of sliders, a lot of cut fastballs.
But when he does throw the sinker, as Alex Spear points out, it's been far too hittable. And Rick Porcello will be the first one to tell you that. But down 4-0 very quickly. 2-2. Freddie Galvis on deck. If he comes to bat, that means they will send 9 men to hit in the top of the first inning. Two down and a runner on at first, and a wave and a miss. He gets him. He strikes him out, but not before the Phillies score 4 times. So the Red Sox in a quick hole here tonight at Fenway. Phillies score 4 times quickly in the first inning. Red Sox lineup brought to you by Toyota's website for deals, buyatoyota.com. Mookie Betts to lead it off. Then it's Dustin Pedroia, Xander Bogaerts, Mitch Moreland with a hot bat. Andrew Benintendi in left. Hanley Ramirez, the DH, batting out of the 6th spot. Jackie Bradley in center. Rutledge at third base. And Leon doing the catching, batting ninth against Jared Eichhoff, the right-hander, who is 0-7, an ERA of 5.15. It has been ugly across the board for him. But he has been handed a 4-0 lead. He's the first Philly to go winless in his first 12 starts since Cliff Lee in 2012. There's a shot headed for the wall and left. Nava will play it. Off the monster, and Mookie heads into second base. Another extra base hit. He's been getting a lot of those lately. He had a double last night, another one tonight.
The Phillies defense is 4th in the league. They've made 33 errors on the season. That's the National League, of course. Andres Blanco at third base, Freddie Galvis the shortstop, Howie Kendrick in second, and Tommy Joseph the first baseman. Left to right, Daniel Nava, Odubel Herrera, and Aaron Altier, and Andrew Knapp doing the catching.
So a quick extra base hit from Mookie Betts. He has 29 of those. He ranks 8th in the American League. And here's Dustin Pedroia, 297 with a couple of home runs. And a pretty good series against the Tigers, getting back into that lineup, as he went 4 for 11 with a pair of doubles. Bogaerts on deck. Sox come in 8-3 against the National League. And about to hit the road after tomorrow night's homestand finale for an 8-game trip. First 2 are going to be in Philadelphia.
Look at Herrera in center field and Altier in right field, very shallow against Pedroia.
Pedroia has just feasted on the National League. 338 lifetime in interleague play. Only Mike Piazza has a higher batting average in interleague play, 340. One thing we'll see a lot out of Eichhoff as long as he's in the ball game is curveballs. Very heavy into curveballs. 30% of his pitches are hooks. Fastball there. The Red Sox will be heading to Philadelphia, Houston, and Kansas City. So we'll get an up close and personal look at the Houston Astros, who've been the talk of baseball. Good take there. 3-1.
Only one time before as Eichhoff faced the Red Sox. Only lasted 4 innings in that game, giving up 6 earned runs.
He's giving the Red Sox a chance to get on the board right away with Betts at second. And a bounding foul past Blanco, the third baseman. Time for the unlimited baseball break, brought to you by T-Mobile. Pedroia has welcomed National League pitching throughout his career, as mentioned. 338. We mentioned Mike Piazza because in interleague history, Piazza is actually #1 with a minimum of 500 at bats. The other numbers are fairly meaningless. 3-2. Popped him up. In comes Altier. And in the foul territory, he's there. Betts has to stay put at second. So 1 man away. Xander Bogaerts next. Sox and the Phillies at it again tomorrow night at 7:10. David Price against Ben Lively. who is a right-hander. Red Sox next 3 starts will be made by lefties. Xander 325 with 2 home runs. He was 0 for 5 in the marathon last night on Sunday night. Nykoff's a big guy, 6'4", about 250. There's that breaking ball.
And I think crossed up by the pitcher that time was the catcher Knapp. As you look at the probables for the series coming up against the Phillies, David Price, Brian Johnson, Chris Sale, the 3 left-handers that Dave was talking about.
Mitch Moreland on deck.
Looked like Knapp was expecting a fastball that time, got a breaking ball instead.
They had a little conversation. Trying to get back on the same page. Betts with the leadoff double, still there at second.
Monday at 6, don't miss Red Sox first pitch presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. TC and Steve Lyons will be joined by Boston Red Sox President of Baseball Operations Dave Dombrowski to recap the Sox picks in the Major League Draft.
Xander over the weekend had a 3-hit game on Saturday and a victory against the Tigers. A cut and a miss, and he'll be retired on strikes. So 2 away.
That's that curveball you were talking about, Dave, 30% of the time, and that was a pretty good one. It started about belt high and finished about ankle high.
So Moreland will try and pick up this run after the leadoff double. Swinging a very good bat. He went 6 for 12 against the Tigers in the series, including a home run, a couple of doubles, drove in 5 runs. He's hit safely in 6 in a row. So right now the hottest Red Sox hitter. Last 21 games, Moreland's hitting almost 340. A breaking ball for a strike. Talked about how comfortable he is right now, knowing he's going to be in the lineup virtually every day. And Moreland's numbers against lefties, where of course he sat on occasion, have not been bad. He's hitting 250 against left-handers, 285 against right-handers. He's quickly in the hole here. Time to see who's been driving the ball, presented by Toyo Tires. Here's his 6-game hitting streak, 409. 2 homers, 7 runs driven in. Toyo Tires, the official tire of the Boston Red Sox. And Knapp with another conversation with Eichhoff. So they've already had a couple. I think they got to look at last night's time of game, and they said, we're looking to top that. Poro says, we're going to beat that.
That was after 12, right?
Yeah. Let's hope not. Phillies on top, 4-0. Weekly hit to the middle. Glove and thrown on to get him, and plenty of time to retire the side. So the Red Sox get the leadoff double, but can't bring in Mookie Betts. Trusted source for Red Sox tickets from bleachers to boxes. Ace has the lowest prices and a 200% guarantee to all games at Fenway. Visit aceticket.com now or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. Second inning, 4-0 Philadelphia. And Galvis, the number 9 hitter, leading off here in the second inning after Porcello was roughed up. For 4 runs, 5 hits in the opening inning. Third time this year he's allowed 4 runs in an inning. He did it just once all of last year.
There's a good sinker right there. We're talking about keeping that ball down, away from the left-handed hitter. Look at the pitch before the previous sinker that we were talking about. You see the movement going down and away, and that's exactly what he wants against those left-handers. The next pitch, he tried to two-seamer inside, tried to bring it back into the corner.
You see Galvis likes to shorten up. He's a very good bunter. Of course, he has 2 strikes here. He can really run if he gets on. Like most of the Phillies, he rarely takes ball 4. Check swing there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Coming into play tonight for Porcello, if you had tossed out the 8 earned runs that he allowed to Tampa Bay on April 14th, his ERA would be a very respectable 3.77. Last year it was 3.15 when he won the Cy Young. So at times the record better than indicated, but tonight 4 quick runs given up to the Phillies. This is not a good hitting ball club. And it skips up there, 2-2. Matt Stairs in their dugout, great guy, of course. Their hitting coach. And was an outstanding pinch hitter in his career. Really knew how to come off the bench and do that job. High pop to right. Mookie Betts there. And the first man out in the second inning. Matt Stairs for a time worked as a NESN analyst as well. Now in the dugout. Well, Herrera next. He started the ball game with a base hit. So he has hit safely in 11 consecutive games. He's 19 out of 42. Really cooking.
Change up right there to get the first strike against Herrera. Base hit came on a fastball in his last at bat, right by third base.
If he gets on, he will run. That fastball in there. Herrera leads the world in doubles, 23 doubles to lead the majors. They had 2 of those in the first inning. Nava had 1 and Blanco had 1. Warm night at Fenway, but 93 degrees. A looper caught on the backhand by Rutledge, and there are 2 down.
There's a case right there where Herrera got jammed and just kind of floated that ball out toward Rutledge at third base.
Pablo Sandoval on the bench again tonight. Sandoval has been slumping with the bat and with the glove. And right now continuing to sit.
Red Sox go into the shift against Nava. Dustin Pedroia deep in the outfield grass. And Rutledge moves over to the right side of the infield. Just Bogarts left on the shortstop side.
Nava with a double and a run in the first inning. Makes him 5 for 10 lifetime against Rick Porcello. Popped him up. Racing out Bogarts. Still racing out. That's going to dunk down for a base hit. Over his head and in front of Benintendi, it falls in for Nava.
Well, you could see that as soon as it left the bat. I mean, there was no way that either guy was going to be able to get to that. Perfect placement by Daniel Nava, not by design. But you can see when Bogart starts to go back right there, he does not have a chance at it. It's going to be trying to make an over-the-shoulder catch, not even close to being one. And Benintendi can't get to it. So perfect placement by Daniel Nava.
Nava 2 for 2. Aaron Altair now. They've started him in left, right, and center field, so he can play all 3 outfield spots. Nice stop by Leon on the pitch in the dirt. Altair striking out in the first inning right after Herrera and Nava had hits to start it against Porcello. And then Moreland made a nice play to cut a runner down at home plate. Looked like Porcello was going to get out of the inning. Goes right through that one to make it 1-1.
Change up that time by Porcello really had Altair fooled on that one. Way out in front of the change.
Porcello looking for a bounce back second inning. And fly to center field right at Jackie Bradley. And indeed, Porcello gives up just the 1 hit, no runs in the second inning. BetGear, the official performance betting partner of the Red Sox, fuels your performance on and off the field. Sleep like the pros for maximum recovery. Build your performance sleep system at betgear.com today. Sleep fuels everything. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien with you back at Fenway. 4-0 the Phillies. Quick 2-game series here and then 2 more in Philadelphia immediately following. Benintendi hitting .266 with 8 homers. Skies that one to center field. Herrera going back, turning around. That sail, she's gone. Home run for Benintendi to straightaway center field, his 9th, and the Red Sox get on the scoreboard with a big fly.
Boy, nice, smooth, solid contact there by Benintendi to straightaway center field.
And number 9 really took off. I mean, once it got airborne, it jumped again.
It really did. You know, when he made contact, you said, well, there's a nice long fly ball, but ends up in the center field bleachers.
He did put on that added size in the offseason. He added more muscle. That one went 415 feet. So it's paying off for him with the 9 home runs and brings up Ramirez. For every Red Sox home run this season, Speedway donates $500 to Boston Children's Hospital. Now through the end of July, use your Speedy Rewards card when you purchase any size fountain or frozen drink for 69 cents and get an entry code to win a VIP experience. Hanley 250, 8 home runs. He's driven in 25, so that'll make it 4-1 Philadelphia. May not be the last of the baseballs really jumping at Fenway this warm weather here tonight.
This is like Texas hot, isn't it? And when we play in Texas, the ball just flies out of there. Maybe the same thing will happen tonight here at Fenway. Here's that slider that's down in the zone. Nice swing by Benintendi. Lifts it. And certainly way deep in the center field bleachers.
Hot shot, but down for it, Kendrick. One man gone in the second. Jackie Bradley will be next. Jackie, too, has been swinging a good bat. Now the 3-game hitting streak. He reached base 3 times last night. See what he's done there in 5 career games against the Phillies. 385.
As usual, like most teams, the Phillies do put the shift on Jackie Bradley. Again, the outfield very shallow. They're comfortable playing shallow in both center and right.
Red Sox will be heading there to Citizens Bank Park, the home of the Phillies. That place is a bandbox. You want to talk about a baseball jumping out of a ballpark.
It's like a hockey series, isn't it? Home and home.
Yeah. The 2-1. On deck, Rutledge. Red Sox on the scoreboard on a long home run by Benintendi. Eichhoff's 3-1 pitch. Good count for Bradley.
Good pitch right there, too. A slider to the outside part of the plate and a hitter's count. Jackie looking for something middle in, didn't get it. And really swings at the pitcher's pitch there on the outside part of the plate.
And he walks him. Good take there by Jackie Bradley. First walk that Eichhoff has issued. Now he's been hit hard, but his major complaint, talking about Eichhoff, has been lack of run support. He's got the worst run support in the majors.
Well, he's got some early support tonight. Let's see what he does with it.
I got 4 quick ones for him. Rutledge 269. Looking for that first home run. Once again getting an opportunity. He got a chance to play when Pedroia was out with a wrist injury. And now with Sandoval, at least for now, on the bench, he's getting an opportunity to play third base. Although Rutledge is swinging a pretty good bat right now. He went 3 for 6 in the Tigers series. Here's the 0-1. Eichhoff has pitched a couple of games where he has been good enough to win. He had a no decision against the Mets. Went 7 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs. They eventually lost that game, even though he pitched well. He had a quality start at Texas in a 5-1 loss. He went 6 innings, 2 earned runs, but for the most part, he's not gone deep into games at all. He's had a lot of 5 1/3 inning starts. And he is 0-7. That breaking ball is in there to sit him down for strike 3.
Well, he goes back to his best pitch, and that's the curveball, and that's going to put Rutledge back in the Red Sox dugout. The breaking ball. See the spin on it, and it picks up right above the knees.
So 2 away with a runner at first base, Jackie Bradley, and that sends up Sandy Leon. 222 with 4 home runs for Sandy. Now for Leon in interleague play since he joined the Red Sox, he's hitting .339. He spent time in the Nationals over in the National League. Phillies leading at 4-1 here in the bottom of the second, but a run in on a long home run by Andrew Benintendi. Flared foul, 0-1. College football returns to America's most beloved ballpark with the Fenway Gridiron Series presented by Your Call Football. Tickets on sale right now. Visit redsox.com/gridiron for more information. The green fields of summer, but soon enough the gridiron at Fenway. Curveball settles in for a strike, and Leon is behind in the count 0-2.
If he keeps that pitch in that particular location tonight, it's going to be tough to hit unless you're able to take it to the opposite field off the wall. But that ball in the outside corner.
Two strikes on the Red Sox catcher. Cut on and missed. Down he goes, strike 3. He went back to the hook, and that's a good one. Back-to-back strikeouts for Eichhoff. They get expert emergency care without leaving Fenway at the Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. First aid station is right behind section 12 in the lower concourse. Visit bidmc.org. 4-1 Philadelphia. They bat again against Rick Porcello. So far 6 hits for the Fighting Phils. Kendrick lashes that one foul. He scored a run in the first inning after reaching on a fielder's choice and then stealing second base.
Well, right now Porcello's just going to try to shut him down and give his offense a chance to get back in and on top in this ball game.
Phillies getting their second look at him tonight. Porcello does lead the majors with 15 home wins since the start of last season. Certainly looked last year like he figured out how to win, how to pitch at Fenway Park, where he was unbeatable. Inside, 1-2. Kendrick was on the DL for a while with an abdominal strain for 10 games. Since coming off the DL, he's hitting about 350. When swinging like that, that one toward the alley is going to drop down for a base hit.
Cut it.
So Kendrick is quickly on to begin the third.
That's a pretty good pitch right there. It's a fastball on the inside part of the plate, but Kendrick does a very nice job of getting the hands inside the baseball and able to shoot this ball in a center field. Look how far inside that is, but he gets the barrel of the bat on it. And the only way you do that is by bringing your hands inside the baseball. If you surround the ball, that ball will jam you.
Here's Tony Joseph. He singled in a couple of runs in the first inning. The 0-1 to Joseph. Just outside. You saw Leon hold it there, but Lance Barrett did not reconsider. Joseph's a guy with serious power on the bat. He's the 4th Philly since 1913 with 30 or more home runs in the first 162 games of his career.
And Kendrick at first base, 4 steals, caught a couple of times. He'll go if given the opportunity. A couple of looks by Porcello.
Sandy Leon tossed out another man on Friday. He's caught 42% this season, an area where the Red Sox catching core has really excelled. Another holding as it's fouled away.
You know, Dave, I often talk about hands inside the baseball. People say, what are you talking about? Well, if the baseball's here and your hands come in this way, then you can get the barrel of the bat on the baseball. If you're a guy that's a hooker like this, you're not going to be able to do that. That pitch that's inside is probably going to hit you somewhere around the label. But if your hands are coming in this way, that's how you hit a ball like Kendrick hit the last time up. And he did a very good job of it.
On at first with a single. This one popped up and catchable. Moreland coming in. And the first baseman will grab that for the out.
Exactly what I was talking about with Kendrick. Now watch his hands where they are. See the location of the hands? They're not surrounding the baseball. They're inside. So he's able to get the barrel of the bat on the baseball. And that's the main reason you don't. If you see a guy hook a ball like that, that's inside, like Porcello threw it, probably going to break the bat.
Andres Blanco doubled in a run in the first inning as he found the wall and left. Red Sox have played good baseball against the Phillies all time. They're 36-23 against them. in each of the last 4 games as well, as Kendrick is back in. And the first one to Blanco, hammered past first base, foul.
It's interesting. You watch Kendrick go back to the bag after the foul ball. It doesn't look like much, but he got his eyes peeled to the third base coach to see if there's a steal sign put on. That's a lot of times when the coach will put it on the way back after you've headed towards second base and you're going back on a foul ball.
He stole a base and scored a run in the first inning. Not running here. Throw by Leone and not in time to get him.
You watch both Leone and Vasquez on the Red Sox. When they get high pitches up in the zone, especially with left-handed hitters at the plate, they like to throw behind them because a high pitch is almost like a pitch out to them. You see right here the high pitch, and then they spin and throw behind that left-handed hitter. Both catches like that. Hear that hand coming back to the bag. What do we get, the bites on the bag today?
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Runner goes. Fouled away. Yeah, I love it too. It really puts you on the field, puts you on the diamond. You're used to being there. The rest of us, we need to have mics on the bases to put us down there.
Yeah, you hear some stuff out there. You'll hear some conversations, some bang bang plays.
Every once in a while you might hear something you didn't really want to hear.
Yeah, well, that's baseball.
I think these are great. And you can hear, as you said, some really revealing conversations around the bag. You know, what an umpire saw, what an infielder thought he missed.
You know, most conversations at first base, when you get down there, if you're talking to the first baseman, it's usually something like, you know, how you doing? You know, how you swinging the bat? How you feel? You know, so, I mean, stuff like that. It's no major, you know.
You know, you're not revealing state secrets, but there's some pretty good conversation.
Yeah, there are.
Tonight we're just going to listen in on some of those sounds of the game. Around the bag. One out. Big swing and a miss, and Blanco going down, hacking there, and a pitch way up there in his eyes.
That's what Porcello likes to do, is get that fastball up in the zone about letter high and try to get that hitter to chase it. And that time Blanco does. That's how he gets most of his strikeouts, on the high fastball.
He came into this game 7th in the American League in strikeouts. Here's Franco. He had a base hit first time up. That drove in a run. Red Sox trail 4-1 here in the top half of the 3rd inning at Fenway, as the homestand continues through tomorrow. Red Sox just beat the Tigers 2 out of 3. That one moves him back a bit.
That's a good two-seam fastball at 92 miles an hour right there. A little extra zip on that one.
Franco's been a big extra base guy for the Phillies. About 35% of his major league hits have been extra base hits. They can drive it. Runner goes. And a dribbler foul. Looked like Kendrick got a decent jump.
Yeah, he's gone a couple of times, and each time you can see him looking back at the third base coach as he goes back. He's looking for the next sign. But each time he's gone, he's got pretty good jumps at first base. He used that open stance. Takes a look back, sees the foul ball, and just slows up.
2 out, a man on. And a 1-2. Hard hit right past Moreland down the right field line. Kendrick taking off. He'll be into third base, scooped up by Betts into foul territory. They're going to be safe on the corners. So Franco aboard for the second time tonight.
See how that's ruled. This ball was hit pretty hard, and yeah, it just really ate up Moreland at first base. I think that might go as a base hit. We'll see. You see that ball did not come up at all. It just stayed down and on a line.
And right through him. So the Phillies threatening again. They're going to rule that an error on Mitch Moreland. So 2 on, Knapp the batter. He whiffed in the first inning. Right at Pedroia. He knocks it down and sets him down. So nothing comes to the error. 2 men left. 4-1 Phillies. At a 2-day family-friendly food festival. It's called Crave Rhode Island next Thursday and Friday at the Dunkin' Donuts Center in Providence. For tickets and information, visit cbshealthcharityclassic.com. Red Sox down by 3. A home run by Benintendi up there for Boston. Mookie Betts started the ball game from the Red Sox side with a double, but nobody drove him in the first inning. Pretty good series against the Tigers. He went 4 for 10. The Tigers were very careful with Mookie. They walked him 5 times. 2 strikes on him here. Get a look at that curveball from Jared Eichhoff. Again, he's 0-7. Last season, Eichhoff made 33 starts. He pitched pretty well. He had 20 quality starts, almost 200 innings. He had one of the National League's best strikeout to walk ratios. But a disastrous beginning of this season. Popped up into left along the line. That one dropping quickly. It's going to fall in fair and bounce into the stands for a double. Well, Mookie hardly crushed it, but he'll take his second 2-bagger.
That was very strange. That was a breaking ball. Even Mookie laughing at that one. It was a breaking ball that he just kind of reached out and made contact on. And that ball finds fair territory and in between 3 different players for the double. So 2 doubles in the game. 1 hit hard, 1 not so hard.
Well, the extra base hits really coming from Mookie Betts. He has 30 of those now. He's like 7th in the American League in that category. That one dropped in for him. Here's Dustin Pedroia, 0 for 1 with a fly to right. Runner goes. A strike to throw, and he dives in safely. He's stolen blind there, down in the third.
Now that's what the Red Sox need right now, is a jolt of energy, you know, and Mookie knows right there that he's got a running lead toward third base. If they don't make you stop like that and you get speed like Mookie Betts, that becomes a very easy steal. Hand almost coming off the bag, but able to keep contact with it.
Right into one of our mics. So Pedroia can make an out and bring in a run. They're backed up on the infield, so they will concede the run. In for a strike. You make a great point about, you know, the electricity that someone like Mookie Betts can bring, and this team really needs it right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, you know, kind of flat to this point, except for the Benintendi home run.
Played a really long game last night. Players got in quite late on Sunday Night Baseball. Not much sleep. Over the last week or so, remember, Red Sox came back in the wee hours of the morning to begin the homestand. Xander Bogaerts on deck. And Eichhoff with a 1-2 pitch. For every RBI by a Franklin family batting glove member, Franklin Sports is donating to the Red Sox Foundation's RBI program. Franklin Sports, a proud partner of the Red Sox Foundation and Major League Baseball. Pedroia hitting .328 in his last 30 games. To the shortstop, Galvis. He'll go to first base as the run comes in to score. Pedroia will pick up the RBI, and the Red Sox are now within 2.
Well, you peck away. You know, they're giving him a run right there. They're playing the infield back. Pedroia makes the contact on the breaking ball, gets the ground ball, gets the run home, and all of a sudden you got just a 2-run ball game. So get yourself back in the ball game, and hope Porcello continues to pitch like he did the last couple of innings. Game far from over.
Well, you are talking about one of the highest ERAs in all of baseball in this Philadelphia Philly team. Phillies and San Diego tied for the highest in the game at 5.02. So figure the Red Sox, even though they got down 4-0 early, had a great chance to climb back in it. And they're doing that. Chop foul by Bogaerts, who struck out in the first inning. Xander, the number 6 hitter in the American League. .325 coming into play tonight. Fouled off third. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The road trip begins after tomorrow night. 8 games coming up away from Fenway. The Red Sox won't be back home again until June 23rd against the Angels.
I'll tell you, this schedule has been absolutely crazy. Somewhere along the line, the Red Sox have to have a bunch of home games coming up, because it feels like every trip we've been on has been like a 10-day road trip.
Yeah, this is not a shorty coming up.
No.
Philly, Houston, KC. It comes not long after Chicago, Baltimore, New York.
There was another one before that, wasn't there?
Yeah, out west. You know, we started out St. Louis, then to Oakland. And there were 2 off days in there, which were, of course, welcome. Here comes the 2-2. And down goes Xander for the 2nd time tonight on strikes. 2 away.
Yeah, that's the 2nd time that he's got Bogaerts on the curveball tonight. Breaking ball back in the first inning for the strikeout. Same thing here in the third inning. So Bogart's having a tough time picking up that breaking ball.
Mitch Moreland 0 for 1. He is grounded out to the shortstop. Last 21 games he's batting .338 with 19 RBIs. So feeling pretty good about playing regularly. And shoots that one into center field for a base hit. Really stung that for a 2-out single.
A 7-game hitting streak now for Moreland as he rifles that up the middle with 2 outs.
Here comes Benintendi, who blasted a home run in the second inning.
Straight away center field for Benintendi. Beautiful looking swing. About 7 or 8 rows back in center field bleachers.
It's a day game and he hits that, no one gets a souvenir.
No, it rolls up on the batter's backdrop, which you've got to have here in day games.
But was not always the case.
No.
That one gets underneath Knapp to the backstop, and Moreland will easily advance to second.
No, in the old days here, there was, for some reason at night, it doesn't bother you. Not as much anyway as the daytime. The daytime was absolutely brutal at straightaway center field. And they finally were able to cover up 2 sections out there with whatever they put up there for day games now. And it's made the vision, you know, much better than it was. It was dangerous in day games.
I'll bet. The last one was a wild pitch. That one blocked by Knapp. So man at second. Red Sox can get a little bit closer here with a base hit perhaps. Benintendi looking for his second RBI tonight. He's driven in 35 runs. So right now tied with Moreland for the club lead. On the edge. 2-1.
Loves that curveball. Goes to it on the 2-0 count right there to Benintendi.
Andy Ramirez would be next. There are 2 out, but the Red Sox have a man in scoring position. Down by 2. He takes that one to make it 3-1.
No guarantee either he's going to get a fastball here on the 3-1 count.
So you're thinking that way. Are you looking for the curveball?
Well, I always look fastball and tried to adjust to the curveball, but didn't want to miss a fastball.
Fastball, and he rips it to center field for a base hit. Moreland into third. Butterfield waving him around. Herrera's throw to the plate. He slides. He's safe. It gets away from the catcher. Benintendi down to second, and the Red Sox are within 1. Benintendi with his second RBI of the ball game.
Well, he does get a fastball on the 3-1 count. And I'll tell you, I wasn't sure Moreland was going to be able to score on this. But when the throw came in, it looked like it hit something and almost stopped. There's the good solid contact by Benintendi. He's on target here tonight. Now the throw looked like it was going to have Moreland, but it hits the side of the mound and really slowed it up. And that allowed Moreland to score, because I thought when the throw left the hand of the center fielder, it was going to be very close. As soon as that ball hit the side of the mound, it's almost like it just stopped right there. Changed direction, and that opened up the plate for Moreland.
Benintendi takes over the club lead in RBIs. Now 4-3 game. Red Sox may not be done yet here in the third inning. Hanley Ramirez will climb in. Benintendi taking second base on the throw to the plate. So it's 4-3 Philadelphia after they took a 4-0 lead. Hanley had the bat in the shoulder. Just watched it go through for strike 1. Sox coming to life here in the third inning. And I think what you said earlier about Mookie Betts rings even truer now.
Yeah, make something happen.
Made something happen and got some energy flowing. with that stolen base at third. Bounding ball fair. Blanco lengthy throw on target to get him and retire the side. But the Red Sox scored twice. They pulled within one. Here's our Granite City Electric poll question of the night now. Do you like having the Major League Draft during the first half of the season? Text 1 for yes, 2 for no. Text your answer to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply. One message per vote.
I don't see why not.
Why not?
High school ball's done, right? College is done, or just about done.
I agree. It's their time. Good time of the year for the amateur players to get their spotlight. Freddie Galvis series 0 for 1 with a fly to right field. Fly to right center field, pretty well hit. Jackie Bradley back there into the triangle with room to make the play. Galvis has some pop. He's hit 6 home runs, but a routine catch by Jackie Bradley.
Yeah, and it's a little bit difficult right now because it's twilight here at Fenway Park, and sometimes it's very difficult. If you take your eye off the baseball, they'll pick it up again. See Bradley checking himself out on the scoreboard.
A game recap. Daniel Nava 2 for 2. Benintendi's 2 for 2, including a solo home run that went 415 feet. And he has driven in a couple of runs. Red Sox got behind 4-0. But Porcello looking to settle in, which he has certainly the ability to do, and keep the score right where it is. As Herrera bats, he has singled and also lined out softly to third base. He'll be followed by Daniel Nava. Dribbled. Rutledge to barehand and throw. Oh, nice play.
Oh, that's a great play.
2 down.
Terrific play there by Rutledge for a couple of reasons. First of all, he's got Porcello cutting in front of him right here, and he's able to keep concentration on the baseball with the bare hand. And the off-balance throw to first base. I mean, there's 3 real good things going on right there for Rutledge at third base. Porcello coming in front of him, the bare hand, and the accurate throw to first to get a pretty speedy guy down the line.
Nice to see that play made by Rutledge. Daniel Nava has doubled and singled.
Here's the double back in the first. That's going off the wall out in left field on a ball away from him. And then in the second at bat picks up a single that just drops in the Bermuda Triangle.
And a nice part of the Red Sox 2013 championship club. Got a lot of playing time that year. Switch hitter, as you recall, he's now 34 years old. 2013, he hit .303. He batted over 450 times and he had 12 home runs. And he played for Tampa Bay, played a bit for the Angels last year. Just a handful of games with the Kansas City Royals. Coming up through independent ball and a fascinating career before he got to the big leagues. It really was a big help for the Red Sox in the last World Championship in Boston. 2-2.
Good change up that time by Porcello.
Might be his best pitch tonight.
81 miles an hour, kept it down in the zone, kept it away from Nava. Excellent location. See the rotation on it going down and away.
Looking for a 1-2-3 fourth inning. Socked down the line, slicing into the corner, headed for the wall, and that's a fair ball. Nava sprinting for a second. He dives in, went for the bag, and he's out. He is cut down for out number 3. Went diving headlong into second base. Take another look.
Hand had to come off the bag. It's on the bag, then I think it comes off, and the tag remains on Daniel Nava's leg. He's got it right there, but then he loses it. Comes off. And maybe they're going to challenge that the foot was still on the bag. I think the tag was on before the foot got back on the bag.
Question is now, are they going to challenge it? It's supposed to make up their mind in 30 seconds, and they are going to challenge it. This is what happened to one thing that happened to Girardi the other night in New York. He failed to challenge a play on a Mookie Betts catch quickly enough, and they wouldn't let him do it.
Yeah. Well, you know, from that one angle, it just seems to me that when the hand came off the bag, the tag was still on the leg before the foot got back on the bag. We'll see if that holds up.
Ruling on the field is out.
Take another look at it from this angle. I'm not sure this might be the best angle to see it from, because we can't see where the glove is. I mean, he did eventually get his foot back on. This might be the one right here. Hand comes off. Tags on, I believe, before the foot.
There's the tag there.
Yeah.
Yep, I would, but the hand's still on the bag, so.
No, I think the hand's off, Dave.
It is by that point.
Yeah. Tough one. Tough one.
Very tough. It may come back as inconclusive.
We've only changed our mind 5 times on this.
And we get to. You know, a lot of outs are picked up this way these days by, you know, maintaining that tag. Nava did pick up a base hit on it regardless. So his 3rd hit of the game. Question is he out at second?
Now Porcello continues to throw out there just in case this does not go the Red Sox way. He's waiting for a decision right now from the umpires.
Another look. And watch the hand, and you're right, it comes off the bag, but has the foot already arrived by the time the hand comes off?
I don't think so. They called him out.
They did call him out, so they uphold the call. Nava out at second base, and that is the end of the top of the 4th. 4-3 Philadelphia.
Sunshine. Sunshine.
Last half of the fourth inning, Red Sox down 4-3 to the Phillies. Jackie Bradley, Josh Rutledge, and Sandy Leon, the three men due up against Jared Eichhoff. Interesting to note that it was Rutledge, the third baseman, who made that tag to get Nava at second base. Hit hard and right past Kendrick off into right field. So Bradley quickly aboard for the second time tonight.
Now that was a top spin bullet by Bradley right at the second baseman and just exploded when it hit the dirt. Watch that ball hit with top spin, and you know, Kendrick, you really got no chance at that. You hope, all you hope is that it ends up in your glove.
Spoken from a man who's been there.
Oh yeah. It's please end up in my glove, because I've got no chance.
Now Rutledge with a strikeout looking in the second inning, so Josh is 0 for 1. Red Sox creeping back in now. They have just ruled that an error on the second baseman.
Come on.
So Kendrick with an E4. They got to change that.
Oh, they've got to change that. Come on. That's a bullet, a top spin bullet.
Leon on deck. Sox with 6 hits. Phillies have 8. Red Sox already with a stolen base. Mookie Betts has that, and could be a real key play in the game to light a fire under the offense. Red Sox would have 3 hits, score a couple of runs after he stole third base. And inside. Red Sox facing a guy tonight who has not won all season, Jared Eichhoff. He's made 12 starts. He's 0-7. The only pitcher in baseball with no wins and at least 7 losses. Runner goes, and it's fouled away. Jackie Bradley was off to the races.
That looked like a straight out steal there for Jackie Bradley. I don't believe that was a hit and run play. It didn't appear to be.
He's holding this time, and it's fouled away, and a big cut by Rutledge. Josh set a career high with 3 walks. He was on base 5 times on Saturday. He also stole his first base in about a year. He's about 89% in his career for stolen bases. He's 24 for 27. So when he does run. So 1-2. Time for the Geico Red Sox moment honoring the 07 Red Sox championship game number 63. Red Sox would beat Colorado 2-1. Tim Wakefield went 8, gave up 1 run. David Ortiz had 3 hits.
Trying to work my sources to see if I can get that change to a base hit for Jackie Bradley.
On at first base with nobody out. How is it going so far, the working of the sources?
Who's the scorer tonight? Is it Charlie Scoggins? I think it's Chad Scoggins down
Charlie,
there.
Yep, I think so.
Yeah, he's open-minded. I think he has a chance to change this.
What do you put it at, 50-50 or better?
Well,
line drive foul. If we put him on TV, what do you think?
Should we do that to an official score?
I don't know. I don't think we're allowed to do that.
I don't think we can. No, but Chaz is pretty fair. I think that he has to rethink that one. I mean, look, watch this. Watch it explode. I mean, and that ball was crushed. I know we were all big league players. We're supposed to make those plays. I know.
In there for strike 3. And I never buy that logic. You know, the whole, every big leaguer is supposed to make every play.
No.
A lot of these are really, really hard plays to make.
Like I tell you, when it was hit, my first instinct as a former second baseman was, I hope that ball catches me because I'm not going to catch it.
To me, that was the instructive part. I also put in a base hit, and I hate to have to cross it out and put in something else.
I did too. I got a base hit, and I'm not going to change it.
Good. Yeah. Let's stick with it. See if it makes any difference in Charlie's mind. Or if he just doesn't care. Sandy Leon 0 for 1. He may not care what we think. Well, this game is on television. We do have cameras. Bradley on at first with 1 gone. 4-3 Philadelphia. They had a 4-0 lead after a half inning. So the Red Sox have been in comeback mode since. Charlie's got he's sitting there with his arms folded across his chest.
He's thinking about it.
He's giving it some thought, I think. 2-0. It's part of the fascinating thing about baseball, the behind the scenes, because you know a game might end, but then a call is changed because somebody makes a phone call or someone inquires about it and asks the official score. Hey, take another look at that. That might have been a sun ball. That might have been a wind ball in there for a strike. Or in this case, a ball that was crushed with a lot of topspin.
Yeah, it happens quite often. I don't know as much as it does today as it did in the old days, but a lot of times the official scorer would come down if he had a question after a game and would question you about it, you know. And you try to give him as honest answer as possible, the one that worked for you.
Logic is in the eyes of the beholder.
Exactly.
And you're not saying this is a bad call. This is not a bad official scores call. I just disagree with it.
Exactly.
A 2-1 to Sandy Leon. Would not chase it. Good take there. Eichhoff's not a guy who walks many people. Only 1 walk tonight. It was Jackie Bradley in the 2nd inning. Mookie Betts on deck. He's perfect with a couple of doubles. Runner goes. Slapped up the middle. Kendrick couldn't get to it. Bradley heading into third base as it's scooped up by Herrera. Red Sox with a man in motion have him on the corners here.
Yeah, there have been a couple of balls hit real hard. They're sitting the one by Bradley and now Leon. This ball was a dive, as you can see by Kendrick. He can't come up with it, and Bradley continues on the third base.
That was a base hit.
That's definitely a base hit. Although he did get a pot of the glove on it, didn't he?
Oh, well, you know, he should make the play.
That's a base hit.
Some big leagues, you should make the play. So Mookie Betts with a double in the first, a double in the third. Off to an excellent start here tonight. Red Sox swinging the bats here these last few innings against Eichhoff. And he has a 5.15 ERA coming into play. Mookie 391 in his last 6 games against the Phillies. In fact, the only 6 games he's played against them. So another of the Red Sox hitters who really likes interleague play very much. 372 with men in scoring position for Mookie Betts.
Nice little 3-run blast. So awfully nice on the scoreboard right now.
Pedroia on deck. And Bradley at third. Leon at first. Hard hit down the line. Another extra base hit. Jackie Bradley is in. Leon heading into third base. The third double of the ball game for Mookie Betts. And he scalded that one to tie it.
ball right there may have been harder than the one he hit off the wall back in the first inning. That was a rocket down the third base line. Gets that inside pitch. It's supposed to be a slider. Didn't do very much. And well, he gets on top of that and rifles it right down the third base line. So the Red Sox have battled back to tie the ball game.
Mookie Betts with a first inning double, one in the third, and again here in the fourth. Looking like he's about to get on a tear or is in one now. Here's Pedroia. Oh. First career 3-double game for Mookie Betts. I would have guessed he would have already done that. So that's a bit of a surprise. Nice night, obviously, in progress. This one popped to center field. Back to Taglione. The catch made by Herrera. Here comes the runner trying to score. The throw. Here's the tag, and he is out at home. So a double play on that retires the side. The Red Sox, however, battle back, and they have tied up the ball game at 4-4. John Farrell holding on for a moment, trying to decide whether to challenge this.
Well, the tag was high. Was the foot on the bag? That's the question there. I mean, he's out by plenty, but where's the tag and where's the foot? I think they got to let it pass.
Yep, the Red Sox have decided not to challenge that, so they'll settle for the one run to tie it as we go to the fifth. Great shot of Fenway there. Great seats are still available for Dead & Company at Fenway Saturday and Sunday. Part of the Plain Ridge Park Casino Fenway Concert Series. Visit redsox.com/Dead & Company and purchase yours today. So the Red Sox have tied the game, fighting back from 4-0 down to knot it at 4 apiece as we go to the fifth. Porcello gave up 4 quick ones, but nothing since then. Line shot down into the corner. That might go for extra bases by Altair, who had been 0 for 2, and he's going to drive himself into second base. So a leadoff double to begin the fifth.
You mentioned it earlier. Altair, one of the best hitters on this ball club for the Phillies, and he hits a hard line drive down to that left field corner for the leadoff double.
In front of Kendrick. Howie tonight 1 for 2, has stolen a base and scored a run. good, hard-nosed player. He's been charged with an error tonight. I don't know if you've heard, but we rather disagree with that. Joseph on deck. Phillies coming in last place in the NL East, worst record in the majors, 21 wins, 40 losses. So they've had nights like this before where they've started out getting a few runs only to find themselves tied or losing very quickly. And a 1-0 from Porcello. Line shot down into right center field for a base hit. That'll bring in a run. Kendrick with the RBI. Alltail scores, and that makes it 5-4. So the Phillies back out in front.
That didn't take very long. Leadoff double and then a changeup right here taken to the opposite field. That changeup away, and nice hitting by Kendrick as he takes it to the opposite field. Also very good read at second base. He knew that ball was going to drop in and took off and had no problem scoring. One of the jobs you get at second base is always check where your outfielders are playing, so you know exactly when the ball's hit whether you can take off or not.
So it's the third time in the last 5 starts that Rick Porcello has allowed 10 or more hits. As you're watching him, what's going on with him this season?
I don't know, just, you know, you watch it and you see some very good sinkers, and then it just doesn't sink very much. I mean, that last pitch was a changeup that was hit out there, but the lack of consistency to me, you know, with his best pitch, which is the sinker, to me is the biggest thing. And that, I mean, I'm not the only one to say that. That's been said by John Farrell. That's been said by Carl Willis, by everybody. But, and I think also by Rick Porcello.
Kendrick on, maybe thinking about doing some running. He's going to hold here. Fouled back by Joseph. The head scratcher is a night like tonight where you figure, and it's a big league club with big league hitters. I get that, but this is a team offensively that struggles in about every way you can.
Yeah, and to me, Porcello came out in the first game, and I mean in the first inning, and did not look sharp at all. And then the Red Sox, you know, didn't do anything in the bottom of the first, but then he started to settle down into the game a little bit. Now we're getting to the middle part of the game. Gives up a quick run here. Can he get that magic back that he had for 3 innings? That's all called consistency, you know, and that's what we need to see.
This pitching line brought to you by Ace Ticket. We had that magic all of last year, and even on occasion where he didn't pitch that great, the Red Sox would score him a lot of runs, and he would stay in the game. He would gut his way through the inning or two where he wasn't great and give the Red Sox an opportunity to win.
Well, you know, that's true, Dave. You know, and I don't know how many times we said it a year ago, and actually have said it at times this year, that you know, the sign of a good pitcher is you don't always have your best stuff when you're out there, but the fact is you can keep your team in the game with a chance to win, and he did that a number of times last season, obviously, and he's done it a few times this year.
Yeah, I would agree. 1-2. Joseph 1 for 2 with a 2-run single in the first inning.
But it certainly hasn't been up to his standards.
A couple of starts ago against Baltimore, he took the loss. Bobble and someone benefits. Now that was against Baltimore. He went 6, gave up 8 hits and 3 runs. Kept the Red Sox in the ball game. Threw a lot of pitches, 118 pitches, but he hung in there. Gave him a chance anyway. There's a liner slicing. Betts on the move. Oh, what a play! Flicked up the glove and he hauls it in. And Kendrick has to retreat to first base. Gold Glove effort by Mookie Betts there.
Boy, that is a real difficult play to make. I mean, he's making it off the bat of a right-hander, so that ball is slicing away from him all the way. And he's got the quickness, the jump, and the speed. Look at the jump he gets on that ball. And he knows it's going to tail away from him because it's off the bat of a right-hander. And he's able to make the play. Porcello loves it.
So 1 away. Blanco now. He doubled in a run in the first, struck out in the third. 5-4 Philadelphia. big hack by Blanco's, hit all of 1 home run.
You know, the other thing too, Dave, is you know, you look at a guy like Chris Sale. You know, he's a strikeout guy, right? You wouldn't put Porcello in that category. He's more of a pitch to contact type of pitch. Sinkers, breaking ball, the cut fastball, the slider. You know, put a guy like Sale rears back, throws all 3 pitches, and all 3 can strike out. Same thing with David Price, strikeout type pitcher. Porcello's certainly a different type of pitcher than those guys, and you know, there is a lot more contact made against them. Unfortunately, a lot of that contact has not been on the ground.
Last year, that sinker was such a consistent weapon for him. Now, he had other pitches.
Yeah.
He would throw for strikes and was great with his fastball really all season long. He seemed to get lots of big outs a year ago. He's not been able to do yet this season. Long way to go. You know, middle of June. Many starts left, but you look up there, you see 5 runs, 10 hits against the Phillies in the 5th inning, and you really do scratch your head. Like, you know, tonight was one of those nights you'd figure he might dominate them. Trying to hang in, no activity in the bullpen, and a check swing. Stay tuned after the 3rd out of this half inning for the mid-5th studio show presented by GMC with Casey and Adam. One man away for Blanco. Kendrick not running. 2-2. Game 2 of this series tomorrow night. It'll be David Price going after his 2nd win, trying to bounce back. And the Red Sox are in Philadelphia for 2 games. Brian Johnson and Chris Sale will go on those 2. And the Red Sox go on to Houston to take a shot at those Astros.
That's going to be an interesting club to see.
Yeah. Best record in baseball, 44-20. Kendrick runs, the pitch high, the throw, it's dropped, and a run is going to be safe at second base. Kendrick with the theft, his 2nd steal of the ball game.
My question on this is, where was the pitch? I mean, watch the location of this pitch from Porcello. It looks to me like it's right down the middle of the plate, and I think what happens sometime when the catcher comes up throwing, you don't get that call. Look at the pitch. I mean, am I missing something?
I don't think so. I'm surprised that Bogarts dropped it.
Yeah, right off the thumb of his glove.
That was an excellent throw.
It certainly was, right on the money. Right off the thumb of Bogarts' glove, which is very unusual.
It did look like a strike.
It did look like a strike, and a lot of times when a catcher goes up to throw, you don't get that call because it blocks the umpire a little bit.
So the 3-2, and he walked him. That'll put runners at 1st and 2nd for Franco. Fans, you can help NESN by taking a quick 2-minute survey and enter for a chance to win a VIP NESN experience at the ballpark. Visit NESN.com/survey during tonight's game for your chance to win. Here comes Carl Willis. He's made a couple of mound visits tonight. Porcello up to 93 pitches now in the 5th inning. And 2 men aboard in this inning, a double, a single, a walk, a theft of second base. Porcello has not had a 1-2-3 inning. He only faced 3 batters in the 4th inning, but it was the throw by Benintendi that cut down Nava in the 4th inning at second base on a disputed play. Phillies have yet to defeat an American League opponent this season. They're 0-5. Kendrick at second, Blanco at first base.
Monday at 6:30, don't miss Red Sox Game Day Live, presented by DCU. TC and Steve Lyons will preview David Price's first Fenway start of the season, and they'll be joined by Red Sox legend Rico Petrocelli. DCU, Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you?
Foul tipped into the mitt. A ball, 2 strikes, and Franco. Eck was here tonight in the Legends box, smiling and waving. Got a nice hand, as he always does here, from the big crowd at Fenway. The 1-2 pitch. Stopped again by Leon. Andrew Knapp on deck. 10 hits, 5 runs for the Phillies. Not a lot of power in their lineup. 2-2 and the runner's going. Here's the throw and the tag. He's going to be safe at third base. Leon had to throw around Franco, the batter, and it's a double steal.
Yeah, Franco did nothing wrong there. He has to throw on top of him, as you can see. Watch where he gets this ball. Watch what Franco does. He comes up, but he's in the batter's box. So that's not interference by any means.
So double steal. Kendrick with his 3rd steal tonight. And the 3-2. And a line drive caught by Xander Bogaerts. The runners are going to get back as Franco lines out for the 2nd out of the inning. That'll bring up Knapp with 2 men in scoring position for the Phillies. Knapp has gone hitless with a strikeout and a grounder to second base. One thing they're doing tonight is running.
Yeah, they really are, and it's a little bit surprising too when you. One of the reasons you run a lot against a guy like Porcello because he is a contact guy, and you're supposed to get a lot of ground balls when he pitches, so that's why you see a lot of these guys take it off.
Line shot scooped up by Bogaerts. He rises up, fires, and gets him.
Saved 2 runs.
Sure did. They do get 1, and the Phillies are back in front 5-4. Time now to turn it over to Casey and Adam for the Mid-Fifth Studio Show presented by GMC. Gamesmanship there by David Price along with Brock Holt. The Red Sox trailing 5-4 to the Phillies as we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. And it will be Bogaerts, Moreland, and Benintendi. It's really Mookie Betts who lit a fire under the offense with one of his 3 doubles in the 3rd inning. And he stole the base, but now the Phillies are the team doing the running. Howie Kendrick, by the way, for the first time in his career, stealing 3 bases. He's done that tonight. So the Red Sox now looking up at the Phillies again at the midway point. Xander's had a tough time picking up the Eichhoff curveball. He's fanned him twice. See if he makes an adjustment here the third time around. He does get a breaking ball for ball 1. Red Sox are also swinging the bats tonight. 4 runs, 7 hits so far, as that one's tagged out of play. Boston 13-7 in the last 20 games. Just beat Detroit 2 out of 3. Go back to his defense.
Now he saved 2 runs on this play to end last inning. An in-between hop right there that was hit on a ball that was hit hard, and that ball goes in center field. 2 more runs come across.
Hard hit down for it. Blanco at third base. Xander made a handful of outstanding plays last night. Kind of got lost in a wash a little bit in a Red Sox defeat.
Well, that time the curveball got him again. You know, he was on it. He made contact this time with the ground ball right at third base. So, you know, he's had 2 strikeouts and now the ground out. Here's some plays from last night for Bogaerts. Up the middle, spin, throw. Got him. Going out on the outfield grass.
Oh, this was the dandy of the night.
From the knees. 1 hop to first base.
I had not seen him make that play before. Pretty spectacular.
That's not a bad defensive night right there.
Like I said, you know, it kind of gets lost in the fact the Red Sox played, you know, a 4-hour game and got beat 8-3. Not a close game, but he was sterling defensively. Moreland is 1 for 2 with a base hit and has scored a run. Staying hot with a bat. Mitch now to 7-game hitting streak. Foul tipped into the mitt to make it 2-1. Red Sox have won 10 of the last 12 games at home against the Phillies. It goes all the way back to the magical season of 2004. They've met only once in the postseason. 1915 World Series. Philadelphia took game 1 of that World Series. Red Sox went on to win 4 consecutive 1-run games to take that October Classic. Fly ball center field. Herrera starting back, and now in a bit. 2 down. Red Sox season ticket holders experience the best seats, price, and benefits that Fenway has to offer. For information on becoming one, please visit redsox.com/season tickets, or you can call 877-RED SOX 9 today. Benintendi halfway through an excellent night. He has smashed a home run and he has singled in a run. A home run solo shot in the 2nd inning, so he's driven in 2. Now 9 home runs for the rookie with 36 RBIs. That is the club leader.
Well, in his first 2 at-bats tonight, obviously the home run into center field, straightaway center field, and then a base hit. Line shot up the middle, a drive in a run. 2 for 2 night going.
Cut out and miss. Knapp has to throw him out to complete the K. That retires the side. So the Red Sox go fast here in the 5th inning. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4 Philadelphia. Upgrade your day with DD Perks. You can earn a free beverage when you enroll. Speed past the line with on-the-go ordering. Speeding past the line may not be possible at all locations. 6th inning, 5-4 Phillies. Here's the bottom of their order, and Galvis. He's flied out on 2 occasions tonight against Rick Porcello. There is activity in the Red Sox pen. And it is the hard-throwing right-hander, Mr. Joe Kelly. Joe 102 Kelly, or 103, or 104.
Might see 104 before it's over.
In New York the other night, we have 3 different radar gun readings, I think, on 1 pitch, you know, depending on who you were paying attention to, but I think officially it was 103. And a 1-2 to Galvis. Poke foul. Porcello hoping to hang around tonight and see his team come all the way back. Philly grabbed a 4-0 lead in the top half of the 1st inning on 5 hits. He settled in for a while until the 5th inning when he allowed a double, a single, a double steal, and another run. So it's 5 runs, 10 hits for the Phillies, 4 runs, 7 hits for the Red Sox.
And one play to remember last inning is the one that Bogaerts made that saved 2 runs. That's the reason it was still a 1-run ball game right now.
Bogaerts going up the middle for a really fine effort. Behind the bag, there's Moreland. He'll feed Porcello. 1 man out. Lexus has developed the Lexus Strikeout Hunger program in partnership with Nesson and the Greater Boston Food Bank. Visit your Boston area Lexus dealer in June and donate non-perishable food items. You can also enter for a chance to win a VIP ballpark experience. For information, visit Nesson.com/Lexus. 1 away, top of the order in Herrera. Odubel Herrera, he's gone 1 for 3 with a single. Daniel Nava on deck. Nava's having a big night in a return to Fenway. Not the first time he's been back, but one of his better nights since coming back as an opponent. He's 3 for 3. Hole 1. Slapped to first base, but foul. How about the Orioles and their pitching staff? I mean, they've lost 4 straight. If they lose tonight to the White Sox, they will fall to 500. Their pitching staff has been dreadful.
Yeah, right down at the bottom of the league with a 4.716 ERA.
That would be 5 straight losses. They're on the road where they're 10 and 20. They're a very tough team, as we know, at Camden Yards, but they're a completely different team on the road. And the bottom has kind of fallen out on Buck Showalter. Red Sox actually saw a lot of them when they were playing much better. They were, in fact, leading the division, at the top of the division for a while. Right now it's the Yankees with a 4-game lead over the Sox, 6 over Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay's in 3rd place, and then the Orioles, who are only a game out of last. It's been a fascinating division so far.
Don't miss WB Mason Extra Innings live right after the game. TC and Steve Lyons will break down Rick Porcello's start, whatever, whenever, wherever, who but WB Mason.
Nobody on base, 1 down, 5-4 Philadelphia in the 6th. Choppy swing, and down he goes. So Porcello strikes out Herrera. 2 down.
Tough to tell for me if that was a cut fastball or a slider, but it was unhittable. It was down around the shoe tops that time of Herrera. Well, 3 for 3 on a night for Nava. Leads the game off with a double in his first at bat. In the second inning, picks up a single on a changeup that just kind of drops in between Benintendi and Bogaerts. And then Nava again going down in that left field corner. Ended up getting thrown out at second base as his hand and foot came off the bag.
Play was reviewed and upheld. As he looks at a strike, the 3 for 3. He's hitting .343 now. So he was 4 for 9 against Porcello coming into tonight, and now 3 for 3. In there for a strike. Certainly looking like the last inning for Rick. 114 pitches. Once again on the verge of going 6 innings, but he's also trailing. Kelly would be next. He'll need some help in the bottom of this inning. And the 0-2 ripped into the shift down for Pedroia from the grass. And that's a 1-2-3 inning. First true 1-2-3 tonight for Rick Porcello. Baseball draft during the first half of the season. Text 1 for yes, 2 for no. And here are the results. An overwhelming victory. Yes, you like it at this time of the year. Here's Hanley Ramirez leading off the bottom of the 6th inning. Sox are down by 1. Hanley is grounded out twice. So hitting .247 with 8 homers. Jackie Bradley will be next, and then Josh Rutledge against Jared Eichhoff, who's trying to win his first game of the season. 0-7, a 5.15 ERA entering this one. Phillies also have somebody warming up in the bullpen. And it's Casey Fiend throwing out there.
So yeah, that last breaking ball to Hanley is one that he would like to have back one more time. I mean, that one looked like it broke right over the plate, and Ramirez was out in front of it and pulled it foul. Watch the location of this pitch.
Fly ball left field, but backing up Nava. And Ramirez 0 for 3 tonight.
Well, he got it back again. Almost the same pitch, a little bit more toward the middle of the plate, but right at Daniel Nava out there in left field.
Bradley next. Summer just about here. Well, it feels like it's here today. Get your patio ready for entertaining by visiting Jordan's Furniture. Shop their large collection of quality outdoor furniture, plus get up to 60 months no interest with equal payments and no minimum. I'm no Elliott, I'll tell you that.
There's only one.
There's only one. We did a live commercial with Elliott earlier this season up in the Green Monster.
Big hit. Huge hit.
Jackie Bradley should have a base hit, but reached on an error in the 4th inning. Came in to score. He's also taken ball 4.
Tried to drop that one down the third base line, but it wasn't a good pitch to do with. It was a fastball inside, and that might have ended up right back to the pitcher.
Eichhoff's pitching line brought to you by your Eastern Lexus dealers. He's at 94. He does have a 1-run lead. Missed badly on the 3-0, so Jackie walks for the 2nd time. That's the only man that he's walked tonight. Let's go down to Jemai.
Yeah, guys, as you guys have been mentioning, the Red Sox, they played some long games this year. Last night, 4 hours and 6 minutes. That still didn't stop Jackie Bradley Jr. from getting up at about 11 o'clock this morning, going down to Walpole's Fisher School, where he talked to 450 students who won first place in the Jimmy Fund 2017 Rally fundraiser. He spoke with them, took pictures, took time, and he told me in the clubhouse that stuff like this he really enjoys, even if it was a short turnaround after last night's long game.
I think he's used to that as a relatively new dad. Forget about sleep. It's not a priority. Hot shot scooped up by Blanco. He slings it to second for 1. Low throw. They can't dig it. It skips up into the stands. And so Rutledge will be sent down to second base on the throwing miscue. So 2 down, but now the Red Sox have the tying run at second.
Well, that's a break right there for the Red Sox. That was hit so hard it could have been a double play, but not a good turn at all at second base by Kendrick. As he throws the ball and it obviously goes out of play, it moves Rutledge in the scoring position. See that ball bouncing right up over the glove. It actually hit in the hand. Was Rutledge by him?
Yeah, he deflected it. So it'll be another error on Kendrick. The second one charged on him tonight. We'll see if the Red Sox can turn this into the tying run. The batter will be Sandy Leon. Sandy singled sharply his last time up. He's gone 1 for 2. 5-4 Philadelphia. And Eichhoff will face the number 9 batter. We are in the 6th inning. Red Sox have been forced to fight from behind all night. Big crowd on a very warm evening at Fenway. Temperatures in the mid-90s when we got underway at 7:10, and that's off the plate. And the 1-0. Right to the shortstop. Galvis will fire on to get him, and that will retire the side, so nothing comes of a runner to second base. Still 5-4 Phillies. Time for our twisted but true fact. Dustin Pedroia has not committed an error in his last 85 games. That's over 300 chances. In that span, all other second basemen have combined to make 262 errors. Twisted Tea tastes like real iced tea. Be a little twisted. Been pretty darn good. Phillies have made 2 errors out of their second baseman tonight. One of them we're still thinking may get changed.
Possibly, but has not been yet.
Especially if somebody keeps in an irritating way bringing it up, which is not Jerry Remy. 5-4 Phillies as we go to the 7th. And Joe Kelly replacing Rick Porcello. Joe has been sparkling with that fastball in particular. 1.37 ERA. 20 strikeouts and 26 in the 3rd. Altair first man in against him. Aaron Altair has gone 1 for 3 with a double and a run. That was the go-ahead run in the 5th after the Red Sox had tied it. Pat Neshek throwing in their bullpen. Veteran, then unusual delivery, to put it mildly.
Looks a little nasty coming at you, doesn't it?
One knocked foul. 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Take a look at this coming at you. Whoop. Where's the baseball? It's hiding it, and all of a sudden it's popping right on you. Throwing everything at you.
And Kelly trying to finish off their number 3 hitter. So Porcello allowing 5 runs, 10 hits. At this point, obviously, he would take the loss, but hoping the offense continues to swing the bats with him now out of the game. And a 1-2. Popped him up. And Moreland into foul territory. So 1 away in the 7th. Howie Kendrick will be next. An interesting night.
Now that one I don't agree with. That was called an error. I thought that ball was a rocket that exploded. And then the next one, well, this one is an error. He just misfired to first base, bounced by the first baseman, and allowed a man to get in a scoring position at second base.
So he's been charged with 2 errors, but at the plate he has 2 hits, and for the first time in his career he has stolen 3 bases in a game. Scored a run in the 1st after he reached on a fielder's choice. Been a good player for a long time. Up the middle for a base hit, so his fascinating night continues. That's his 3rd hit.
Yeah, he's having a real good night, and don't be surprised if he tries to go again. Once you get that feeling like you can steal a base, you just keep wanting to go.
What's your career high in one game?
If I'm not mistaken, I think I had 5.
5 in a game.
I think I had 5 in a game as a member of the Red Sox, and I think it came against the Angels.
So one of those where you steal the first one and you just have a great feeling for the rest of the night, or?
You know, I don't want to say 5. It might have been 4, but I think it was 5.
Here's Joseph. We're thinking Mike Narachi's been around a long time, done a lot of Red Sox games. He thinks that you and Jacoby Ellsbury both had 5 in a game.
Both had 5?
The wonderful thing about baseball is we can check this. But I'm going to trust your memory that 5's, I mean 4 is a ton. Skipped up there, knocked down, a runner will hold. So is it a bit like when you're hot with the bat, you know, as far as stealing bases?
Yeah, everything's got to click together. You know, you get out, obviously have to get on base a lot that particular night, but you got to also have pitches that you can get a jump on, catches maybe that don't throw that well. I mean, everything's got to work hand in hand, you know. But you just feel like there are certain matchups that you should just go. And then once you go and you steal a couple, you feel like you just want to keep going. Game situation has to call for it.
1-1 popped up. On comes Betts. And on comes Bradley, and Jackie Bradley wants it. So there are 2 down. All right, so we've checked it. You did it. You had 4 stolen bases in the game.
4 stolen bases.
4 stolen bases.
That makes more sense.
And Ellsbury had 5 in a game. Were the 4 against the Angels?
Yeah.
You already know that.
Yeah, they were in the Big A at that time.
So it's like this. I mean, like, if you obviously got to get on base, you got to get a lot of hits. But you can also rack those up. You can go second or third. You can see. You ever steal home?
You know what? I don't know. Maybe the back end of a double steal, but no, never straight out steal of home. Not in the big leagues.
Remember, Ellsbury did it
yeah.
here against the Yankees.
Yeah.
And
I think there's another record that either Nomar broke or tied. And I was watching the game. It was in Philadelphia. It was a Saturday game. We didn't have it. It was on Fox, I believe. And I think it was for number of hits in a game. I believe. They might want to check that in the truck. I think it's a team record.
2-0 on Blanco with 2 down, a man at first. I remember when Ellsbury did it against the Yankees. I want to say it was on a Sunday night when he stole home. And it was against Andy Pettitte. And as you know, when you get on second and third, you're lefty.
Right.
It's there for the taking, maybe.
Right.
Maybe not home, but third. And the place just went absolutely crazy. Still one of the most exciting plays in baseball.
Without question. But again, there's another situation where everything has to work together. He's got to be working out of the windup. You got to make sure you get a good lead down the line. You got to make sure the guy's not swinging at home plate, or you're going to take your head off. A lot of things have to go right.
Blanco double in the first inning, double in a run. 3-1.
I want to say 6 hits in a game, but I could be wrong.
You had 6 hits in a game.
I think I did. But I think it was a real long game.
I remember reading that.
Matter of fact, there was a game that went into the next day. It went by curfew. In those days, we had curfews.
Oh, yeah, I remember those days. What was the curfew?
1 o'clock.
So you couldn't play after 1 o'clock in the morning?
No, you couldn't. You couldn't stop.
Could not begin an inning.
Right.
Three balls, 2 strikes on Blanco.
I was actually rooting against Nomar that day.
Hey, you get 1, right? When it's that kind of a record, runner goes on the 3-2. Rutledge with it, has to go to first base because they sent the runner, and it sets down Blanco to retire the side. Middle of the 7th, 5-4 Phillies. 5:30 on NESN. Preview tomorrow's starter David Price. NESN Live presented by Cross Insurance. On to the last half of the 7th inning, 5-4 the Phillies. They're going to go into their bullpen. Pat Neshek will come on. And he has been one guy's really starred in their pen in 25 appearances.
Yeah, very impressive numbers. 23 innings, 14 hits allowed, and 22 strikeouts. 177 average.
Neshek with a very tough to pick up delivery and zips in the first one for a strike. Mookie Betts had a great night. 3 doubles, 3 for 3. First time in his career he's had 3 doubles in a game. He has scored a run, stolen a base, and driven in 1. So Jared Eichhoff, who has not won a game this season, could win tonight as he goes the first 6 innings. Red Sox also with an active bullpen. The left-hander Robbie Scott, who's from Miami and loves to pitch in the heat. Up the middle and a base hit. And Mookie Betts is 4 for 4.
Now, what a night for Betts. 3 doubles, RBI. Now the base hit up the middle in the 7th. Red Sox only down by 1.
So his third 4-hit game of the season. He's already stolen a base in this one. So he has stolen 11. He's been caught twice. Dustin Pedroia in search of his first hit tonight. 0 for 3. Does have an RBI though on a ground out that played at Betts in the 3rd. 5-4 Phillies. Bogart's on deck. And a strike.
See if Mookie takes a chance at trying to steal a base.
Popped up on the infield. Galvis the shortstop. 1 man gone. Pedroia 0 for 4 tonight. So 1 away and Xander Bogaerts now. Xander has struck out a couple of times and also grounded out. He had difficulty picking up the curveball of Eichhoff.
Yeah, struck him out twice with that pitch and then got him to ground out the 3rd on the same pitch. All curveballs tonight.
So happy the Philly starters out of the game, undoubtedly. Xander had a 3-hit game on Saturday in the victory over Detroit. Sitting 345 at Fenway. Barnes has joined Scott in the bullpen, so Sox have a lefty and a righty going. Joe Kelly pitched the last inning, so this one is in the hands of the bullpens. Betts not running, and a ground ball to Galvis to Kendrick. That's 1 on the first. They turn the double play. And the side is retired at the end of 7. 5-4 Philadelphia. by Toyota's website for deals, buyatoyota.com. Franklin Sports, the official batting glove of Major League Baseball. Subaru, retailers of New England all-wheel drive vehicles for summer travels. McDonald's, any McCafe bakery muffin with any size hot or iced coffee, just $1.99. Mazda, driving matters. And by Sullivan Tire and Complete Auto Service. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien with you as we go to the 8th inning. Phillies still leading it here 5-4. Robbie Scott will make an appearance out of the bullpen, where he continues to be a very valuable left-hander. 1.98 ERA. He'll get the bottom third of the Philly batting order. Franco, Knapp, and Galvis. Phillies have scored only one time since the first inning, but they got 4 right away. That was rather startling, as they jumped on Rick Porcello, would allow only 1 run over the next 5 innings. But at the moment, he's the pitcher of record. And it's starting to get late. Franco with a base hit to drive in a run in the first inning. He's also reached on an error and line to the shortstop. So 1 for 3. Poke foul. David Price going tomorrow night in game 2 against Ben Lively, a right-hander. And the Sox take it on the road to Philadelphia and Citizens Bank Park. They've got a really nice ballpark there.
Beautiful ballpark.
In their heyday just a few years ago, they would pack that place every night. Philly loves a winner.
Actually, we'll see 3 very nice ballparks on this road trip. Philadelphia, Houston, which has, of course, a dome. You need it in Houston. And Kansas City, which is one of the prettiest parks in the ball in big leagues, I think. It's an older ballpark that's been remodeled, but it's just a great place.
Yeah, Kauffman Stadium with the fountains. A lot of history there of very good ball clubs. Of course, recently having won a world championship.
I got to tell you, when I was playing, as we look at Joaquin Benoit loosening up, as I was playing, I wasn't crazy about playing there, because you'd play second base and all you could hear was those water fountains going, and it sounded like you were in a mall. You don't get that same feeling when you're doing a game there.
Right. Yeah, you really can't hear it.
No, you really can't hear it, but you
on
can
the field,
hear it
you
on
can,
the field.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wow. I thought you were going to say, you know, what I always used to hear was George Brett bearing down on me at second base.
Yeah,
ready to take me out.
They had a few guys there. Hal McRae, George Brett. Look out.
3-2 off the plate for ball 4. So Franco is on. Time for a game break, brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. Here is the gifted Tom Caron. TC, thank you very much. What did I tell you? He can't take a compliment. You know, you throw a gifted Tom Caron, which he is. He's an extremely talented guy. But, you know, it's tough for him to take a compliment. He's got to work on that a little bit. So that's a tiny little character flaw.
Well,
he doesn't have many, but that one.
Let's face it, he knows he's good.
He does know he's good. He's outstanding. Well, he should. Knapp 0 for 3, a strikeout, a couple of ground outs. 5-4 Phillies. And the leadoff man is on. Franco having taken ball 4. Red Sox come the bottom of the 8th inning. Will have due up Moreland, Benintendi, and Ramirez. Benintendi with a home run tonight and a couple of RBIs.
So they get a little action going here, possibly a hit and run with a 2-1 count, working toward the bottom of the batting order. Possible.
Franco the runner. And a 2-1 from the lefty. Good count now for Knapp.
Stay tuned for Red Sox Final, presented by Plainridge Park Casino. TC and Steve will take a look around the American League and preview tomorrow's starter, David Price.
A 3-1 for Knapp. Went for it there and he chopped a foul. Freddie Galvis on deck. Red Sox had won each of Rick Porcello's last 7 interleague starts. Rick was 5-0 in that span. Not going to get a win tonight, but very tight game, and the Red Sox only down by a run late. John Farrell looking for a couple of big hits here down the stretch. Here's the 3-2. Not to be made, and back in easily Franco. The ballpark in Philly on this coming road trip, that's a bandbox. So is Houston. As you mentioned, a dome, whether it's on or not, the ball just flat carries there. 3-2, he tied him up and struck him out. Of course, the Astros play there too. They're having an amazing year. Fantasy baseball fans, make sure you visit NESN.com/fantasy for the latest news, lineup advice, and more on your Yahoo Fantasy League. Galvis has gone 0 for 3. And Scott would love a double play ball right at somebody here. That is ball 1. Sox will be gone for 8 games. You know, it feels like he just got off the road. That time of the year with the schedule, there's a ton of road games.
Yeah, the white uniforms are in good shape, and the road grays a little bit worn with the schedule the Red Sox have had.
Sox will be going on the road again on the 30th of June all the way through to the All-Star break. That's a bullet but foul. Long trip. Toronto, Texas, and Tampa Bay right before the All-Star break. In front of that trip coming up, Philly, Houston, KC. I really didn't think that Minnesota Twins club would hang in there this long, but they're in first place by a game and a half in the AL Central. 2-2. They're having a fine season, particularly on the road. They're a weird team. The Twins are 12-18 at home. They're 20-9 on the road. So they don't like their ballpark. Popped up right side. Pedroia out to right field. Betts charging in, and Mookie wants that. And that'll be 2 down. Top of the order now, and Herrera.
I don't know, you kind of get the feeling in this game. I mean, it's there to be taken by the Red Sox. It's 5-4. It just hasn't felt like, you know, the Red Sox have been in control of this game tonight, but yet it's a 1-run ball game, and it's right there for them.
Stay right here after the 3rd out of this inning for a special behind the scenes look at what happens in between innings. Jerry may be going for coffee. I don't know, it's 10 o'clock.
I still may be going for coffee. It's been a long day.
You have had a long day, partner. That is down and away for a ball. You've handled a difficult day very, very well. Now, you made an announcement before the game, actually made it earlier today, and then for all of the media here at Fenway Park, another well-attended press conference.
Yeah, and you know, 2 weeks from today I'll be having the surgery, and we'll just go from there, you know. But everything looks good, and everything's localized, no spreading.
Pitch is going to get by. Leon will pick it up, but not in time. And Franco down to second base.
So I thank my team of doctors at the Mass General for getting together and deciding on what option of treatment to take, and they have suggested the correct one, surgery. And I will be on this next road trip. I'll be doing a couple of games against the Angels when we get back, and then they'll have the surgery 2 weeks from today. You guys will be on the road, and hopefully back right after the All-Star break for that series against the Yankees.
You actually promised.
I promise. I'll be back.
Good. Glad to hear it. And thanks for everything you've done. This isn't the first time. You're right out front on this, and you talk about, you know, early detection and how important that is.
You're right, Dave. And you know, if you're gonna make messages like this, I mean, and if you have a voice and you can talk to people, I mean, there's so many people that are afraid to go to their doctors because they're afraid to find out that something's wrong.
Line shot, and that one caught out of the air by Moreland for out number 3. 5-4 here in the 8th inning. The Phillies still on top by 1. By Xfinity, Eichhoff has not won a game this season. Right now he's in line to win it, but the Red Sox trying to rally. Porcello went 6, 10 hits, 5 earned. Betts a perfect night, 4 for 4, 3 doubles. Kendrick also has 3 stolen bases for the first time in his career for the Phillies. As we go to the last half of the 8th inning at Fenway, it'll be Moreland, Benintendi, and then Hanley Ramirez. Joaquin Benoit makes an appearance out of their bullpen. Comes out with a 4.37 ERA. And a big right-hander to take on Moreland, who's gone 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored. Benoit now 39 years old. He's going to be 40 in July.
Been around a long time with a lot of different teams,
including the Detroit Tigers in 2013. He's the man that Big Papi took into the bullpen for the grand slam in Game 2 of the ALCS.
Still good velocity on his fastball. 94 on that last fastball from Benoit.
Craig Kimbrell up in the bullpen along with Matt Barnes, who continues to loosen.
Kimbrell up in case the Red Sox tie it.
Overshift around to the right on Moreland, who has 8 homers, swinging a hot bat. Red Sox with 8 hits, Phillies with 11. Only home run in the ball game from the man on deck, Andrew Benintendi, to straightaway center field. Cut on and miss, strike 3. Down goes Moreland.
Change up that time from Benoit to pick up the strikeout after a number of fastballs pull the string. And got the strikeout against Moreland.
Time for the carrying the freight moment, brought to you by Old Dominion.
Andrew Benintendi with the breaking ball right there, taking it to straightaway center field in the center field bleachers. That home run coming much earlier in the game, back in the 2nd inning.
Old Dominion, the official freight carrier of Major League Baseball and the Boston Red Sox. So 1 away for Benintendi, who has also added a run-scoring single. And batting average bouncing back now at .271. And a club high 36 RBIs. And the ball outside and low with a changeup. Hanley Ramirez next. Part of the order that the Red Sox would love to have up at this point, and they have these guys up here in the last of the 8th. 4, 5, and 6.
That's another good changeup. A couple of them by Benoit. Good Moreland on the changeup, swing and miss there to Benintendi on the changeup.
Benintendi with 4 home runs in his last 6 starts, including tonight. So the ball's jumping off his bat. Still 1-2. Tonight, after Red Sox coverage on NESN Sports Today, we'll save you time with a recap of who the Red Sox selected in the first round of the draft and preview David Price's start tomorrow. NESN Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. See what know-how can do. The 39-year-old right-hander with a 1-2. And rolls softly to Kendrick. And he'll toss on to get him. 2 up, 2 down in the Red Sox 8th. In the last 3 2/3, the Red Sox only have 1 hit. Hanley Ramirez without 1 tonight. He's grounded out twice. He's also flied out to left. 5-4 Philadelphia. Hanley sitting there with 8 home runs. There's a drive, socked deep to left, kissing goodbye, totally out of Fenway. And the Red Sox have tied it.
Now that was a no doubter right there by Hanley Ramirez.
Number 9 for Hanley. With some authority. So it's a 5-5 game here in the bottom of the 8th.
I don't know about exit speed, but there was a little bit of exit speed on that one.
And it got completely out of the ballpark, so Kimbrel warming up with a little more urgency. Tail of the tape, 452 feet. And Jackie Bradley now. Jackie had a big one over the weekend, of course. And a Red Sox victory over the Tigers. Been walked twice and reached on an error tonight. Went for it there to count 1-1. And Ramirez with a rocket shot to tie the game at 5. And the 1-1 knocked foul out of play. Time for our player to bank on, presented by Capital One, banking reimagined.
Like a fastball that time they handled. It was tough to tell, but it left as a fastball, I can tell you that. Wow.
A 1-2 to Jackie Bradley is fouled off. So the Red Sox battling from behind tonight to tie it at 5.
Yeah, late swing there by Jackie. That was a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Sandoval on deck. He would hit for Rutledge. There are 2 down, but Hanley Ramirez has tied it with a 452-foot rocket. Softly hit, and he can't make the play. Blanco has to go off his fingertips, and the Red Sox have a base runner. They have the potential winning run aboard. That'll be a base hit.
Yeah, it didn't matter how Blanco went after that ball, barehanded or with glove. He was not going to get Bradley at first base. Bradley was flying down that line, and no matter how he tried to do it, he was not going to get him. You see Bradley out front contact, and if he tries to glove the ball, he doesn't get him. If he tries to barehand it, he's not going to get him either.
So now Sandoval being introduced. Pablo getting a chance as a pinch hitter here with 2 down in the 8th inning. Hasn't started the last 3 games, but getting an opportunity. He's 0 for his last 13. He will bat with Jackie Bradley on at first base, representing the go-ahead run. Two men gone.
Well, I thought Jackie was going to go on that. He was really leaning towards second base.
Yeah, it was.
All his weight was on his right leg, and it looked to me like he was going to try to go.
Twice tonight the Red Sox have fallen behind and rallied to tie. They've done it again thanks to Hanley's shot. 1-0, runner holding, and a strike. So Jared Eichhoff will not win it tonight. He'll have no decision. Still 0-7 for Philadelphia. Don't go anywhere. We'll stay in the park right after the 3rd out of this inning. A little behind the scenes look at what happens here at Fenway late into the night. And Craig Kimbrel will be entering the fray. Got a piece of it. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Pablo Sandoval. Sandoval's first 3 home runs of the season all came on 2-strike counts. He has a total of 4. And Benoit with a 1-2.
Benoit wanted that ball away from Sandoval. It ended up going right down the middle of the plate, but Pablo fouling it off. Not exactly the spot that he wanted that pitch, but did not get hurt by it.
Sandy Leon on deck. 2 down, tie game in the 8th. One, 2 again. Kimbrough all warmed up. Red Sox were down 4-0 in this game. Came back to tie it 4-4. Phillies went ahead with a run in the 5th inning. Red Sox have just tied it. Hanley Ramirez finding Lansdowne Street. Here's the 1-2 not to be made as he steps off the rubber.
It's kind of the point we made early in the ball game, Dave. You know, they got the 4 in the 1st, but after that was shut down, and this game was here to be taken by the Red Sox.
And Sandoval looking to come through. 1-2. Fly ball off the end of the bat. Altair right there to put it away and retire the side. The Red Sox have tied the game 5-5 going to the 9th inning. Don't go anywhere. We stay right inside Fenway. By Southwest, yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. We go on to the 9th inning. We're tied up 5-5. And the Phillies are going to bring up Nava, Altair, and Kendrick. Now Sandoval enters the game to play third base after he hit in Rutledge's spot. And Kimbrel coming on, having a magnificent year, a .098 earned run average. Red Sox are 25-1 when he pitches this season. The only loss coming at Oakland, even though he threw a perfect ninth inning. Nava's had a big night with 3 hits. He's gone 3 for 4 with a double. Five runs, 11 hits, 2 errors for the Phillies. 5 runs, 10 hits, and an error for the Sox. Red Sox have not led yet tonight. We'll have Leon, Betts, and Pedroia due up in the bottom of the 9th inning. And a strike at 98. This has not been a bad spot for the Red Sox to be in. When a game is tied after 8, Red Sox are 4-1. Two-one pitch. That's a strike.
That's pretty nasty right there. Breaking ball on the outside part of the plate, or just barely on the outside part of the plate. I'd like to be hitting against that and say, okay, try to hit that pitch.
I was thinking if that's going to be a strike,
I'm in trouble.
Yeah. He's not been alone in thinking that so far this season against Kimbrel, who has dominated to the nth degree. Liner. Oh, diving play by Sandoval. Moving to his right to snatch it. One man gone.
Sandoval stretches out to his right and able to take extra bases away from Nava. He was playing well off that line. If that ball goes by him, it's probably 2 bases.
So Pablo's stretching out. One man gone. Kimbrel appreciative. And Altair next. He's gone 1 for 4 with a double. Strike 1. Now Kendrick, who has 3 hits tonight, is on deck. Strike 2. Fiend is up again, and Hector Neris is as well. So a pair of righties in the Philly pen. And 2 strikes on their number 3 hitter. It's actually gone 25-9 against the National League since September of 2015. Really had their way with the NL. 1-2. He blows him away. 2 down.
99 on that last fastball. Rising fastball by Kimbrel to pick up the strikeout. Path of the bat underneath the high fastball.
2 up, 2 down in the 9th. Tied up 5-5. Here's Kendrick. He has 3 hits and 3 stolen bases. He's also been charged with 2 errors.
Wild night for Kendrick.
98 right through there for strike 1. Just off the outside with that curveball. Bases empty, 2 down, 9th inning. Tied 5-5 in the 1-1. Bounding ball and mishandled by Sandoval on what should have been the 3rd out of the inning. So Sandoval had made a diving play on Nava, but can't handle this chopper by Kendrick.
And those are the plays that have been giving him problems. I mean, that ball right off the heel of the glove for Sandoval, so that keeps the inning alive for the Phillies. And the possibility again of another stolen base for Kendrick.
Well, certainly opens the door. Here's Joseph now. He's gone 1 for 4. He drove in 2 runs with a base hit in the 1st inning. Sandoval charged with his 5th error of the season. And strike 1. Sox have been charged with 2 errors. Kimbrel should be out of the inning. Here's the 0-1. Slap foul. Two strikes on Joseph. This crowd wants a K. Runner goes. Pop foul out of play, so indeed Kendrick was on the run.
Yeah, it just makes sense. I mean, you know, you can't sit around and hope to put multiple runs on the board when you have Kimbrel out there. You try to squeeze him out as any way you can.
Well, when a strikeout has been required this season, Kimbrel has obliged. Runner takes off. It's high. The tag. He's out. Cut him down. Now Kendrick wants a review. We'll see if the Phillies do that. Sandy Leon trying to cut him down.
Threw an absolute bullet to second base. Was the hand on the bag before the tag was on the elbow? That's the question.
And they are going to take a look. This play is now under review.
Does the hand get on the bag before the tag gets on the elbow? I'm not so sure. Man, there's been a lot of close plays in this one tonight.
Really have been. Pedroia snapped that tag down.
Yeah, and he's in a perfect position to it. Straddling the bag, let the ball come to you.
Wait.
I don't know. To me, I think he's out. That's just my opinion. I think he got the elbow before the hand got on the bag.
So New York reviewing the play. Obviously a huge play. Did he get the palm on the side of that base split second before, or are they going to uphold the call on the field? He's out. That was the ruling by Jim Reynolds.
Yeah, I think he's out.
This is a crew chief review. Tied up 5-5. If it stands, it's the 3rd out. And the Red Sox will come to bat in the bottom of the 9th inning with Leon Betts and Pedroia the hitters. And they have a decision. Out. Sandy Leon cuts him down. Side retired. Red Sox coming up here in the bottom of the 9th in a 5-5 game. Sox Baseball on NESN is sponsored by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency.
You know, one of the keys to that last play, Dave, is a small thing, but the second baseman straddling the bag. Because when you straddle the bag, the catcher's throw comes to you. Now, if you're up in front of the bag, you're going to go out and get it. And then by the time you come back with a sweep tag, the hand's probably on the bag. Just a small thing. But that's what middle infielders are taught. Try not to creep up in front of the bag, straddle. Much quicker for the ball getting to you.
And he ripped down that tag to get him.
Yep.
For out number 3 on Kendrick. Casey Fiend, the right-hander, comes out of their bullpen here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Leon testing him first. Sandy on the night 1 for 3 with a single. Fiend started out the season with Seattle, then he was dealt a pretty minor deal on May 9th for cash considerations. He's also played for the Tigers, the Twins, and the Dodgers. Mookie Betts on deck. Bottom of the 9th. Red Sox have been in comeback mode all night. They were forced to because they fell behind 4-0 in the top of the first inning. Yeah, twice come back to tie the ball game. Leon trying to reach to begin the bottom of the 9th. And a cut and a miss. Down he goes, strike 3. You can help NESN by taking a quick 2-minute survey and enter for a chance to win a VIP NESN experience at the ballpark. Visit NESN.com/survey during the game for your chance to win. So here comes Mookie Betts. A perfect night for Mookie. He has 3 doubles and a single, a stolen base, an RBI, and a run scored. And a ground ball to shortstop. Galvis will throw on to get him. 2 fast outs in the 9th. And Pedroia next. So far, quiet night offensively for the most part for Dustin. He did drive in a run with a ground down in the 3rd inning, but he's 0 for 4. Began play tonight hitting .338 lifetime against the National League in interleague games. And the Phillies, a ball club he has seen plenty of. Has 5 career home runs against Philadelphia. There's a drive out to left field. That one hit into the wall and high off the monster. He'll take a wide turn. That's going to be a Fenway single off the green.
Oh man, I thought that was gone. When that ball left the bat, I thought it was going to be one of those line drive home runs in the first row of the monster seats. Right at the top of the wall and hit so hard that Pedroia has to stop at first base. I thought it had enough.
Another few feet. But he is on with a 2-out single. And oh so close, and you know Fiend was thinking it.
Now most of the ballparks, that's probably a home run.
Right.
That ball was hit hard off the top of that wall.
No walk-off at Fenway. Is Xander Bogaerts. He's gone 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts. He's also hit into double play, hitting .319. Now the winning run is on for the Red Sox here in the bottom of the 9th with 2 down. Xander is due to hit the ball hard tonight. And a strike. Marlins scheduled next. Should it get that far? 2 down. Pedroia on. Outfield playing very deep. Third baseman Blanco hugging that line, playing no doubles. Nothing in 2.
Outfield also playing no doubles as they're very deep. They don't want anything between them where Pedroia can score from first base.
After the base hit by Pedroia high off the monster, the hits are even at 11. Oh, 2 on Bogaerts. Red Sox and the Tigers played to midnight last night. 0-2 and a fly ball to center, but not deep, coming on Herrera. And this game goes on as we go to extra innings at Fenway Park. Sox 5 and the Phillies 5. Rebound from his last start as the Red Sox wrap up the first half of the home and home series with Philadelphia. Coverage of Phillies Red Sox begins tomorrow night at 6 on Nesson. So this one going to extra innings. Going to the 10th in a 5-5 game. And Joseph will lead things off. Matt Barnes out of the pen for appearance number 29. ERA 3.62. Joseph is part of their uprising in the first inning with a 2-run single, but he's been hitless since then. Each side with 5 runs on 11 hits and 2 errors, so identical line scores. Little pop up to right, that'll dunk down. Moreland has to give chase to hold him to a base hit. So Joseph didn't crush it, but he's on with a leadoff single.
You could not have ran that ball and dropped it out there any better right there than what Joseph hit it. I mean, just perfect. A little bloop over the head of Moreland, and he couldn't get to it. It's a curveball, as you can see that time, and right around the label of the bat. And it looked like he was surprised where it ended up going. Moreland had to track it down, make sure he stays at first base.
Let's see if Blanco's going to drop down a bunt here. He's doubled in a run, struck out and grounded out. No sign of a bunt, and he'll take ball 1. Just a 196 average with 1 homer. Phillies have only won 9 road games all season. Bounced and a good stop by Leon. He's had several of those tonight.
Yeah, that was a great stop by Leon right there, because that ball easily could have gone to the backstop. You're talking about a man in scoring position. Curveball that comes bouncing back up and right up into his chest protector and glove.
Neris throwing in the bullpen for the second time. You don't want to take for granted what this Red Sox catching corps does on a nightly basis. Big swing and a miss. Boy, he takes a home run cut.
96-mile-an-hour fastball that time from Barnes. And to the outside part of the plate.
Joseph with the lead, nobody out in the 2-1. They got that call.
Yeah, that was a bit generous right there, but Barnes will take it.
2-2.
Ball looked to be a little bit outside. Watch pitch number 4.
Got a little bit of a wow there from Blanco. So Barnes looking to finish him here. Skipped it again. Another block by Sandy Leon.
That ball bouncing out back toward the mound. Nowhere the runner could go.
We were talking about the catching core here and the caught stealings. Both of these guys capable of throwing out anybody. Vasquez and Leon. And the 3-2 runner holds. Down he goes swinging. 1 away.
Well, he got a break on an outside fastball earlier in that count. Now he gets him to chase one that's out of the strike zone. A high fastball up and away. And a little tap of the helmet, knowing that he swung at a poor pitch.
Franco 1 for 3 with a base hit. That drove in a run in the first. And the Phillies went on top 4-0. Red Sox had to fight back. There's another line shot. That's toward the alley. It's going to keep on rolling. Betts cuts it off on the warning track. Here comes Joseph at the third base. They'll stop him there, and it'll be a double for Franco. A long, low line drive into the alley. And the Phillies have runners at second and third and one down in the 10th.
Yeah, what a play by Mookie Betts, too, because if the ball gets by him, you're talking about the potential go-ahead run scoring. Somehow he's able to get over there and cut this ball off and quickly get it back in the infield. Using all his speed, plant, get it back in as quick as possible, and that holds the runner at third base.
Well, that's some stop.
Yeah, I mean, that's a run. And the ball gets by Betts, that's a run. That's the go-ahead run right there.
And certainly one to circle. If the Red Sox can win this game tonight, go back and circle that play. So the runners had to stop at second and third. However, only one away. Andrew Knapp will be the hitter. Phillies don't win many. They have the worst record in baseball, but in a 5-5 game, they're in business second and third. And Knapp about to dig in up on the left side. He's 0 for 4 tonight. And Ty Kelly is now into pinch run. He is at third base. So he runs for Joseph with Franco at second. Infield in. Knapp on the night with a strikeout, 2 ground outs and another strikeout.
My guess here is if there's a ground ball to the infield, they will play contact. That means the man at third base will be off on a ground ball.
And a 1-0. 1-1.
Right now, Barnes is getting the benefit of the outside part of the plate, isn't he?
He is. I don't know if it's there. Phillies have 13 hits. Infield leaning in on the 1-1. Two balls, 1 strike. Galvis on deck. Kelly at third, Franco at second. Barnes desperate to hold here. And here's 2-1. To a breaking ball, he snapped in a beauty there and again got the outside corner.
Yeah, that outside corner has been very friendly for Matt Barnes in this game. Just did get a piece of the corner high.
See if he comes back with that again or goes to number 1. Two men in scoring position, a 2-2. He smoked him at 96. He blew him away for his second strikeout, and there are 2 gone.
Man, that was just challenge time right there. Taking a look at the final 2 pitches of that at bat. First of all, Barnes going to the curveball, picking up the strike away, and then just challenging with the fastball. Throws it right by him on the outside part of the plate. Everything away in that at bat.
That corner was screaming, pitch it here. Here's Galvis, 0 for 4. The infield is backed up to normal depth. Sandoval about even with third base. Galvis has made contact 4 times. He's flied out on 3 occasions and grounded out on another. 5-5 in the 10th. Foul to make it 1 ball, 1 strike. Red Sox tied the game in the bottom of the 8th inning on a Hanley Ramirez 452-foot home run on to Lansdowne. Phillies have 2 men in scoring position, but 2 down here in the 10th. He had a notion. He checked his swing.
Once again, Barnes trying to wear out that outside part of the plate.
Kelly representing the go-ahead run, a pinch runner at third. Franco the runner at second. Two and two. Well, he's had a lively fastball.
Yeah, and everything has been away. To every single hitter, everything has been away from them. Last fastball. Watch the location of this pitch. Off the outside part of the plate, but chased by Galvin. Or Galvis, I should say.
One more to get the Red Sox up in a tie game in the bottom of the 10th. Got a piece of it. Again for the Red Sox, it's Moreland, Benintendi, and Hanley Ramirez due up in the last of the 10th. Benintendi with a couple of RBIs in this one. One of 2 Red Sox home runs. Right now the issue at hand is Freddie Galvis. Runners lead at second and third. He got him. He struck him out. Away again to Fan Galvis. Barnes with a big time effort. Benintendi due up right after Moreland. Survey. We promised just a couple of minutes and enter for a chance to win a VIP NESN experience at the ballpark. Visit NESN.com/survey during the game for your chance to win. And that game continues. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Matt Barnes pitching out of a jam and doing it in style as he struck out 3 men and froze runners at second and third. Couple of changes now for the Phillies on the infield. Ty Kelly stays in to play third base. And Blanco moving over to play first base. So he's in there for Joseph. Fiend the pitcher. It'll be Moreland, Benintendi, and Hanley Ramirez. Both Benintendi and Hanley have hit long home runs tonight. Locked up 5-5. Mitch on the night with a base hit back in the 3rd inning to run his hitting streak to 7 straight. He's been talking about how comfortable he is coming to the ballpark. It's a great peace of mind to know he's going to be playing virtually every day. Facing left-handers as well on occasion. And he said really it's a comfort thing. Benintendi, 2 RBIs, 2 hits tonight, waits his turn.
No, you're right, Dave. It's a lot easier coming to that ballpark knowing your name's going to be in that lineup card every day instead of walking in and questioning whether it's going to be in there or not.
2-1. He got off to a very good start. Right away, finding that wall a few times, getting his doubles, getting his extra base hits. Right now with 8 homers. And trails only Benintendi in RBIs on the club. The 2-1. Shot to right, a sinking liner that falls for a base hit. So a good start for the Sox here in the bottom of the 10th.
I'll tell you, there are some balls that have been very, very hard hit in this ball game tonight on both sides.
Well, that includes Benintendi back in the 2nd inning.
Now Benintendi in the 2nd inning to straightaway center field for the home run. Next time up had a base hit to drive in a run.
So he is 2 for 4. Leadoff man is on. Red Sox now with 12 hits. And he looks at strike 1. Red Sox have not led tonight. A ball and a strike on a rookie left fielder. The 2nd night in a row the Red Sox are playing a very long game, but they could care less if they walk out of here with a victory tonight, which would put the Red Sox at 35-28. Strike 2. A ball, 2 strikes on Andrew.
You could hear Benintendi kind of grunt on that too, like he thought it was too high.
Pitch track indicator was in there. Andy Ramirez on deck. Already a mammoth home run tonight. 2-2. The Sox have been playing well at Fenway. They've won 7 of their last 9 here. Just took the Tigers 2 out of 3. Orland aboard. Nobody out in the 2-2. Deep short, threw for a base hit past the sliding Galvis. It's a 3-hit game for the rookie, and the Red Sox have runners at 1st and 2nd and nobody out.
That's something you don't see him do very much, and that's hit a ground ball for a base hit to that side of the infield. Backhanded attempt by Galvis. He can't make the play, so 1st and 2nd, nobody out. And a little conference on the mound with Hanley Ramirez coming up. Last time up, Red Sox down by a run in the bottom of the 8th inning. Hanley came up with 2 outs and mashed it. That's a kind word for it. That ball,
he abused it.
Oh man.
452 feet. His 9th home run of 2017. And he could be the hero tonight if he can pick up Moreland. And the Red Sox would have their first lead at the end of the ball game, and that's in there for a strike.
Outfield again, center field, right field, very shallow. They want to try to throw somebody out at home plate on a base hit.
Moreland, the key man. Again, nobody out. And a one-strike pitch. Got a piece of it. You cannot forget about the Mookie Betts play on the warning track. If the Red Sox win this game, it deserved to be mentioned again.
That's a great point.
It saved the Red Sox a run, kept the game tied, held runners at second and third, and Barnes took care of the rest with the strikeouts. Now the Red Sox in a position to walk off a win. Betts had a great night at the plate, but that was a tremendous defensive stop. High chop on the infield. Kelly going for the tag on Moreland. Now he's going to go back to the bag and get the force play to retire him. Runners at first and second. Now one man out. And the batter will be Jackie Bradley. So the faster Benintendi now in scoring position.
Yeah, a little tap down to third base and no chance for two. So he's just going to run Moreland back and eventually tag that bag for the out on Moreland when the Red Sox keep that first and second situation, but now with one out.
And Jackie Bradley will be the batter.
Outfield again, very, very shallow.
Jackie with a bat has already helped in a big way the Red Sox to win a game in a homestand. It was a Friday night with a two-run homer in the 8th inning. The Sox would beat the Tigers. First and second. Back to Friday, and he murdered this one. That one went up and over the bullpen and over the exit sign, over that passageway into the bleachers in right field. High twisting fly down the left field line. Nava racing for it, leaping for it, and a foul ball. Made the grab and a throw in and got him at second base. Benintendi trying to get back in. He's doubled up. Well, Daniel Nava, you talk about knowing your territory. Now John Farrell will see if he'll challenge here. And Benintendi diving to try and get back in.
I don't think he got there.
And the Red Sox concur. That's a double play. And this game continues as we go to the 11th in a 5-5 tie. down the left field line. Ruled a foul ball catch. Turns it into a double play. But look at this effort.
Yeah, completely outstretched. He crashes into the wall. Then he peeks up and he sees where Benintendi is. And he says, wait a minute. I get a chance to double him up. And throws a strike to second base on one bounce. Benintendi had that lead about halfway down there. He thought that ball was going to drop into fair territory. That's why he was in that situation. What a play by Nava.
It's territory he has patrolled, and he's pretty confident in it. So here's Herrera as we go to the 11th inning in a 5-5 tie. Boy, such promise to the start of that inning. Back-to-back singles by Moreland and Benintendi. Yet the Red Sox do not score. Turns out to be a double play that Jackie Bradley pops into. What an ending to that threat. So 11th inning, each side with 13 hits. And a ground ball through for a base hit the other way by Herrera, who can run. His second hit tonight.
Had a hit back in his first at bat in the first inning, and now here in the 11th inning. And we'll see how the Phillies play this.
Well, they asked Nava to drop down a bunt. He has doubled. He's also singled twice, and he just made that play, the play of the game.
Now, if he bunts, that would surprise me a little bit. What would not surprise me is an attempted steal.
Yeah, Herrera has 4 stolen bases. So he can pick him up and put him down pretty good. It's 14 hits now for Philadelphia. And a foul tip into the mid for a strike. Rick Porcello went the first 6. He gave up 5 runs, 10 hits. No decision for Rick tonight. Eichhoff, their starter, who had not won a game this year, still 0-7. He went 6, no decision. Neris has been up in their bullpen for like a half an hour.
Maybe longer, Dave. Maybe about an hour.
Maybe.
Up a couple of times.
Get him a water. And a notion. He holds off that. And the count 1 ball, 1 strike. Altair on deck. The leadoff man in the 11th aboard for the Phillies. Barnes struck out 3 men in the 10th inning and stranded runners at second and third to keep it tied. Got Galvis looking to end the 10th. Runner holding, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Curveball there by Barnes. A knob route on his front foot. Off balance swing by Daniel.
Now Herrera has yet to attempt to run here. They have been running. Howie Kendrick has 3 stolen bases. He was also caught in the 9th inning. Thrown out by Sandy Leon. Take a listen. A microphone right there at first base installed into the bag. 1-2 on Nava, the former Red Sox outfielder. Daniel hitting .333 with 3 home runs. His first year with the Phillies. High pop up. Benintendi with a play. Nava retired, and 1 man gone in the 11th for the Fighting Phils, who are 21-40. 16.5 games behind the front-running Washington Nationals in the National League East. Looks like the Nationals will have their way this summer. They already lead the Mets by 9.5. And they're very excited in our nation's capital about that ball club. Altair thought about it. He'll take a strike instead. On the night, he is 1 for 5. He doubled and scored a run in the 5th inning. That's when they took a 5-4 lead. Red Sox tied it on a Hanley Ramirez home run in the 8th, and now in the 11th. Altair has pretty good power. He's hit 9 home runs. And Barnes with the 0-1. Off speed, but he missed with it, apparently. Lance Barrett said no with the curveball. Tomorrow night, David Price against Ben Lively in game number 2 here in Boston. Then the series moves on to Philadelphia for 2 games. Routed foul past first. Brian Johnson will go on Wednesday night. Chris Sale on Thursday in Philly. Red Sox sending out 3 consecutive left-handers. Sox have started a lefty in 41 of their 62 games. And a 1-2. Sale and Johnson. They have gone through some sunflower seeds the last couple of nights. Back-to-back 4-hour-plus games. Waved at and missed. He struck him out. And there are 2 down.
Well, right now, Barnes has terrific stuff. Both his fastball and his curveball have been very, very good for him. There's the breaking ball this time, a little bit away, and great break going down for the no contact swing.
That'll bring up Howie Kendrick. 3 hits, 3 stolen bases, and 2 errors in this game. With Herrera on at first base and tagged foul, and they have not even attempted to run him.
Yeah, you know, his percentage isn't very good. He's got 4, but he's been caught 4 times. Barnes takes a little bit of time to get the ball at home plate. I'm a little bit surprised they haven't even attempted it.
Sandy Leon's ability to throw out base stealers has to be factored in too.
Yep.
Five in the 11th. And the 1-strike pitch from the tall right-hander from UConn. line. That one scorched down into foul territory and off into the stands, and the count's 0-2. The Red Sox due up in the bottom of the 11th inning. It's Sandoval, Leon, and Mookie Betts again. Mookie Betts has 4 hits. Barnes trying to get it to the last of the 11th, still locked up at 5. Brown wants another strikeout. It would be his 5th since coming into the game. Runner goes. It's fouled away. So they did have Herrera on the move there.
But frankly, I'm surprised it took so long.
One and 2 on Kendrick. With a little bit of a wider lead here. He's holding 2-2. Herrera again inching a little bit wider at first base. The 2 down. He holds. Scooped up by Leon. And a full count. So now Herrera can be on the move with 2 down, and the 3-2 pitch to Howie Kendrick. Red Sox have already used Craig Kimbrell. Craig did his job. Wound up facing only 3 batters. Now Barnes with a 3-2. Runner takes off. And he struck him out. Down he goes, strike 3. Barnes with 5 strikeouts over innings 10 and 11. 5's the number. Locked up. Going to the bottom of the 11th. Way, a late night here. Red Sox trying to pull out a walk-off victory over the Philadelphia Phillies. Sox trailed early, came back and tied it. Trailed 5-4, came back and tied it thanks to Hanley Ramirez. And Matt Barnes certainly doing his thing.
He's had, the whole bullpen really has had a great night for the Red Sox, but Barnes in particular with a lot of strikeouts. Fastballs up and away, fastball away again. He's gone to the breaking ball a number of times. Right there. And then a curveball again for a strikeout. So he's had a terrific night tonight. As has Kimbrel, as has Scott, Kelly.
Sandoval looking at a strike. Fernando Abad loosens in the Sox pen. Sandoval, Leon, and Betts. Trying to make some magic happen here tonight. Big cut. He's meant to do some damage. Phillies have 14 hits. Red Sox have 13. Sox have hit a pair of home runs. And Fiend with the 0-2. And there's a shot drilled toward the alley. It's going to drop down for a base hit. Cut off by Altair. And for the second inning in a row, the Red Sox begin here in extra innings with a base hit. They're going to run for him. And it's Marrero to run for Sandoval. So Pablo Sandoval tears into a base hit.
Well, this will be interesting to see how the Red Sox play this. See if they have Leon bunting in this situation, try to get that potential winning run to second base.
Sandy is a decent bunter, with Mookie Betts right behind him. Sandy tonight 1 for 4 with a single. Showing bunt, gets it down. Kelly will go to first base in time to get him, and into second base safely is Marrero. So Sandy Leon does his job.
Yeah, good job. Usually you see that bunt go down the first base side because the first base is going to hold the runner on. Third baseman can charge, but he still goes down to third base, and there was absolutely no play at all for Kelly. He had to go to first base to get the out. Leon gets the job done. They intentionally walk Mookie Betts. So it's up to Dustin Pedroia and possibly Bogaerts. We'll see.
And Dustin Pedroia narrowly missed ending this game in the 9th inning with a high wall ball single. Another 4 or 5 feet. That's right into somebody's beer in the monster seats.
And another ballpark, the game would have been over.
Right. First and second, 1 down. We're in the 11th inning, tied 5-5. Pedroia can be the hero tonight. By the way, Mookie Betts 4 hits tonight, 3 doubles. And fouled out of play, strike 1 on Pedroia, who's been golden in interleague play throughout his career. He's been a nemesis against the National League. You're probably going to get a strike to hit with Fiend. He throws a lot of strikes. 29 pitches, 22 in the strike zone since he entered the game. Marrero at second. And it's 0-2. Bogaerts on deck. It's the second inning in a row here in extra innings where the Red Sox have hit 2 men on base.
Opportunities have certainly been there.
Oh, and 2 the count. Fiend whirls, does not throw. Red Sox have the winning run at second base here on this Monday night. One man gone. And the 0-2 Base hit to right. Altair charging. Here comes Marrero. Here comes the throw. He dives. He's safe. And the Red Sox win it. Look at Pedroia running for his life here in celebration. The game-winning hit by Dustin Pedroia. And the Sox win in extra innings. 6-5 the final, and everybody can go home happy. Pedroia going to the opposite field to chase in the game-winning run. The only time tonight the Red Sox had the lead was at that moment as Marrero came home.
Opposite field by Pedroia right here, and even though the outfield is playing shallow, good strong throw, but not in time. They put the pinch runner in. Marrero, he's able to score. In a long, hard-fought game tonight, won by the Red Sox.
And a victory celebration there from John Henry as the Red Sox win it 6-5, coming from behind all night. Dustin Pedroia, well, they eventually got him. Trying to get to that dugout, and Hanley Ramirez was a big part of this win tonight with that home run in the 8th inning. Otherwise, it doesn't happen. And do not forget about the Mookie Betts play on the warning track, too.
And the bullpen for the Red Sox.
Let's go down to Jemai.
Here with Dustin Pedroia's second walk-off for this club this season. How gratifying are these type of wins?
Yeah, it's a great win. I mean, we played a couple of long games in a row, so we're trying to do our best to get a win and get out of here and get some rest. So it was a fun night for us.
This team now 5-1 when entering the 8th, tied. They had to rally twice back in this one. Is this the type of makeup of this team, grinding, always resilient?
Yeah, I mean, we take every at-bat personal and try to grind it out and pass it to the next guy. So it's a great night. Hopefully we build on it and keep going.
Going to be seeing a lot of these Phillies over the next few days. How important was it to get this first one?
Yeah, I mean, every win is important. They played a great game. I mean, Nava made some great plays. They swung the bats well. We just came out on top tonight, so we just got to keep going.
You had an 0-2 count. What'd you see from that pitch?
I was trying to just battle. I mean, he threw me a cutter the pitch before that was kind of unhittable, so I was just trying to protect the plate and go with the pitch. Wherever the pitch is thrown, try to hit it that way. So I lucked out and found a hole.
All right, thanks a lot, Dustin. Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Red Sox winning a walk-off. Back up to you, Jerry and Dave.
All right, Jemai, thank you very much. Another look at the final moment. Marrero diving in front of the tag on the Pedroia game-winning heroics. And the Boston Red Sox pull it out 6-5 in 4 hours and 16 minutes in 11 innings. Sox TC now 14-7 over the last 21 games.